comfort to your everyday life.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt, love, support hope. Choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. With the issue of affordability in many voters' minds, something rare is expected to happen tonight. ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington.
The 21st Century Road to Housing Act would exempt certain projects from environmental reviews, expand financing for affordable housing, and restrict large institutional investors from owning more than 350 single-family homes. It passed in both houses with scant opposition. But President Trump says he won't sign it, quote, in protest of the Senate's refusal to pass the voter ID and citizenship requirements of the Save America Act. If he doesn't veto the bill by midnight, it will become law without his signature. That sort of thing hasn't happened in nearly a decade.
Mexican officials say their government will file criminal complaints over the deaths of its citizens in ICE custody or as part of immigration enforcement. This after the fatal shooting of a Mexican national by federal agents in Houston claiming self-defense. Texas Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia at a Houston briefing this past hour.
Lorenzo Salgado Aroja was not the target of the operation, nor was his brother, who was a passenger in the vehicle.
The Department of Homeland Security admits he was not the intended target. President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is over. There is still what U.S. officials are calling technical talks. Demanding a transparent investigation and an independent autopsy, the family of the Mississippi teenager whose body was found off of Barrier Island, Nolan Wells, last seen on July 4th, celebrating the holiday with friends out on a boat near Horn Island. This past hour at a briefing in New York with the family's attorney is Reverend Al Sharpton.
This does not smell right. So some people are saying, Reverend, are y'all bringing in race? Well, we're not bringing in race, but we're not discounting race either.
Wells' mother says it's suspicious her son's cell phone showed no social media activity. You're listening to ABC News.
When you hear pizza, you're excited. But when you hear Connecticut pizza, you're talking about the best of the best. And the best pizza in the country deserves the best event. That's the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Connecticut Basement Systems, Sunday, August 2nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, celebrating all things Connecticut pizza. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Mohegan Sun Online Casino and Jordan's Furniture New Haven.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurant's many menu items. Sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Hot and humid the rest of this afternoon with a late day shower, a thunderstorm near 90. A few scattered showers with a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late afternoon shower with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
The thing that's, I've got two things on my mind, and one of them I want to share with you because I really want your opinion about this. Maybe you can give some nuance to this that I don't want to say myself, but maybe you have some kind of thing that you want to tell me about. And what it is this. Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani, who was a mayor that I detest. Am I allowed to tell you that? I really detest him. I detest everything that he stands for politically, and I detest the process and the way in which he is being a mayor. I feel that he's incredibly divisive. I feel that he has a very specific agenda of promoting interests that promote his faith, not only his religious faith, but his political ideology, which I think is his own faith. And I think his ideas are rotten. I think that they've been shown to be rotten over periods of time. I think in their own way they're subversively authoritarian because they actually create greater government control over our lives. Even though he says he's doing it in the interest of the working people, I don't believe him. And I can't stand that fake smile of his. I just cannot stand it. You know that his wife right now is in one of the Middle Eastern countries doing a retreat in which she is promoting the idea that Mary, Jesus' mother, was a Palestinian woman who was persecuted as such. And she is leading this kind of retreat to relook at Mary, who after all was Jewish, right? Jesus' mother, in the context of being a disparaged Palestinian. In any event, that's the wife. But let me tell you about Mamdani. Mamdani is the mayor of the city, and there is a immigration tourism part of the city. And apparently, periodically, maybe every year, maybe every few years, they update their tourism maps. And in the latest iteration of the New York City tourism map, this is kind of hard to believe. I had to keep checking to see that it was true, but I checked with many, many sources, and it is true. He has the map itself has little neighborhoods that are designated that are ethnically kind of clannish areas, either today or historically so, where people can go and sample cuisine and get a feeling for the way people speak. Maybe they'll hear a different language. They'll go to a different restaurant. Maybe they'll see a school or a house of worship that is not like the rest of the city. And 3 of the most notable contributing immigrant populations were left off the map. Irish people, Italian people, and Jewish people. There's no Little Italy on this map. There's a little Yemen. There's a little Palestine. There's little other different kinds of countries, little Bangladesh, little this, little that, little this, where communities of immigrants have gathered and they're comfortable because people are clannish, particularly first-generation immigrants, little Vietnam, little China, little this, little that, Chinatown. There's no Little Italy. I don't know how you do a map of New York City tourism without Little Italy anyway, even though Little Italy is small. It's Mulberry Street, and it's not too much else. But the stores that are there count on the tourism trade. And besides, Italians represented an enormous contribution to New York City then and now. The Lower East Side, the Tenement Museum, the hoarding of so many people within square feet. You just have to look at the beginning of the 20th century to see how many Jews were living in tenements in the Lower East Side at a certain point in time, giving rise to Irving Berlin and countless people that contributed to American culture, science, music, the arts, everything. And Irish, how do you not have a tribute to Irish people? Oh my God, how do you not have a tribute to Irish people when you're doing a map, a tourism map of the places to visit and see among New York City neighborhoods? How do you not do that? I don't even think they had Astoria for Greeks. So it seems to me, 203-333-9422, that it was a purposeful, very purposeful elimination of white European or, I don't know, non-white European, European nations and nation status and what these European countries and European cultures contributed to New York City. And in place of that is a disproportionate littles of cultures that are here now, that are contributing now, of course, but instead of an and, it's an instead. And I wanted to hear what you had to say about this because it's making the rounds all over social media. I'm looking to see, I'm trying to find Mamdani's answer to this, and I'm having trouble doing so. But I thought you might want to tell me about what you make of this. Is that the one? Is that talk about it? Is that? Yeah, let's play this clip. This is just one of my many clips on social media.
New York City just released an official map of its immigrant neighborhoods. Little Palestine made the cut. Little Yemen, Little Egypt, Little Pakistan, Little Albania, 5 Muslim enclaves listed by name. Little Italy was not on the map. Neither was any Irish neighborhood. Neither was any Jewish neighborhood. The map, titled New York City Immigrant Enclaves and distributed at libraries across the city for World Cup tourists, was produced by the NYC Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. It highlights 30 neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs celebrating what the city calls its thriving international communities. Italian Americans have been in New York since the 1880s. Little Italy in Lower Manhattan is one of the most recognized neighborhoods in the history of American immigration. The kind of place that built the Feast of San Gennaro, that launched generations of families into the American middle class that tourists from around the world visit every year. It was not on the map. Mike Crispy, president of the Italian American Civil Rights League, was direct. This is cultural erasure. Little Italy is sacred ground. It is where Italian immigrants came with nothing, worked like hell, opened shops, raised families, built churches, fed the city, and helped make New York what it is. The League is also pointing out that Mamdani previously denied them a permit for their annual Unity Day celebration, making the map omission feel like part of a pattern rather than a clerical error. Jewish leaders are equally frustrated. Writer Avital Chizik-Goldschmidt posted that the mayor's office couldn't figure out how to represent 11% of the city, asking where the Jewish neighborhoods were. Brooklyn Councilman Inna Vernikoff said, "Mr. Mamdani's erasing Jews is an essential part of his brand." City Hall's response? A spokesperson said the map was not designed to highlight religious enclaves, only neighborhoods with substantial foreign-born populations from around the world. But Little Palestine is on the map. And its residents are not majority foreign-born. They are overwhelmingly American citizens. So the stated criteria does not explain the inclusion of Little Palestine or the exclusion of Little Italy. Italian Americans built New York. Irish Americans built New York. Jewish Americans built New York. They are not on the map. Was this a mistake or a message? Follow First Signal.
That's, and many different newspapers are bringing light to this because they do see it as part of a pattern. Kevin McCabe, former city council chief of staff, said the map shamefully leaves out generations of folks that hail from Ireland. Quote, I guess they never heard of Woodlawn or Sunnyside, but that's okay. The Irish are everywhere. Others slam Mamdani for ignoring neighborhoods such as Brooklyn's Borough Park. I mean, it goes on and on. But he has Little Africa, Little Poland, Little Palestine. Hold on, there's more. Little Guyana, Little Mexico, Little Dominican Republic. I don't understand how you ignore Little Italy. Little Tibet. Am I overreacting to this? 203-333-9422. Is this just kind of an overreaction on my part? Because I'm seeing in this something that is, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing kind of the FU finger to the people that Mamdani can't stand. He really cannot stand the white European class that built New York City. He can't stand it. Can't stand Italians, Irish, Jews, Greeks, kind of the amalgam of the immigrant wave that grew up during the last 50 years, 70 years, 80 years. He really doesn't like them. And any way he can give a dig, a provocative dig, he does so. He does so blatantly, and he does so subversively. And I don't think he's going to change the map. 203-333-9422. I'd love to hear what you have to say about that. We'll revert to a bunch of Connecticut stories as well. But I think it's a big story, the mayor of the city of New York doing this. I think it's a big story.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Hot and humid the rest of this afternoon with a late day shower, a thunderstorm near 90. A few scattered showers with a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late afternoon shower with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 10th. On this day in 1963, Harvey Ball created the smiley face and never trademarked. The image, was only paid $45 for his work.
Well, the people got excited when they saw what he had done, so they made up smiley buttons and they handed out a ton.
In 1989, we lost a man of 1,000 voices. The famous voice of Bugs Bunny, Mel Blanc, passed away.
Bugs Bunny was a tough little stinker. I thought, which is the toughest voice, either Brooklyn or the Bronx?
So I put the two of them together, Doc. That's how I got the voice for Bugs.
And on this day in 1985, Coca-Cola brought back the original formula and called it Coke Classic. July 10th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Mexican officials say their government will file criminal complaints over the deaths of its citizens in ICE custody or as part of immigration enforcement. This after the fatal shooting of a Mexican national by federal agents in Houston claiming self-defense. Texas Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia at a Houston briefing.
They did not have a siren. They did not have lights or noise. I really did press the ICE director that they should reconsider their policy of unmarked cars and that they should have something so that the public can know that they're being followed.
The Department of Homeland Security admits he was not the intended target. President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is over. There are still what U.S. officials call technical talks. ABC's Martha Raddatz.
A U.S. official telling ABC that the United States is still committed to finding a resolution so Iran can never possess a nuclear weapon, but there has been no evidence of progress.
Demanding a transparent investigation and an independent autopsy, the family of the Mississippi teenager whose body was found off of Barrier Island, Nolan Wells, last seen on July 4th, celebrating the holiday with friends. Family's attorney Benjamin Crump says Wells' friends took his phone when they left Horn Island.
I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe their story, I'm going to stay behind and I'm going to leave my phone. I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone.
To many Americans, affordability is a top issue set to become law tonight without his signature if President Trump doesn't veto it. A bipartisan housing bill. It would expand financing for affordable housing and restrict how much real estate institutional investors could own. President Trump says he won't sign it in protest to the Senate's refusal to pass voter ID and citizenship requirements in an election-related bill. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Flooding and high water rescues going on in the Midwest and East, says ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Millions in the path of severe storms and thousands of flights delayed or canceled as wicked weather wallops the East Coast. Torrential rain and flash flooding swallowing parts of central New Jersey. Up to 3 inches of rain falling an hour, inundating roads, making many of them impassable. Drivers caught off guard, stranded in the high waters. Several people had to be rescued.
Flood watches continue through the weekend. At least 31 states are reporting cases of a single-cell parasite stomach bug that causes frequent and long-lasting diarrhea. This does not necessarily mean that all the cases are related to the same source. No brand or product has been identified as a potential source so far. A scary mid-air incident on board a Ryanair flight in Europe. A portion of the plane's fuselage came apart, causing a window panel to dislodge. The passenger closest to the window was taken to the hospital. Nobody else hurt. It happened shortly after takeoff when the flight was heading to Germany from Greece. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge.
The plane safely landed shortly after. According to a Greek aviation official, they think at this stage there was a massive rupture in the engine, and effectively part of the engine on the right-hand side of the plane flew out debris and basically smashed into the fuselage, damaged the fuselage and the window.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A group of past and present Yale students is mobilizing to prevent a settlement with the DOJ. The group organized a phone bank on Tuesday in order to find people who opposed a potential settlement after the DOJ accused the school of considering race in admissions for its medical school. The group is concerned that any potential settlement will come at the cost of safety to international students and the school's academic freedom. The group says that other settlements made by Northwestern and Columbia are reasons for concern. A New York Times article published in June indicated Yale could settle with the DOJ soon. And Hamden State Representative Democrat Josh Elliott is receiving approval for a $3.7 million grant for his campaign. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in the Democratic primary set for August 11th. Elliott's new television ad campaign launches next week. The grant represents a 10-time increase on what Elliott has spent so far during the campaign.
Well, you got to be smart with money, especially if we're going to be winning this thing. We have to be using the taxpayer dollar as well. And I'm just showing by what I do over the course of this campaign, what I'll be doing once I'm actually in office.
The public grant was approved by the State Elections Enforcement Commission on Thursday, while Lamont is choosing to largely self-fund his campaign for a third term. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour and 20 from the state line going through Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better, really. New Haven, 91 southbound, over 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross. Residual delays southbound through Hampton and northbound through Woodbridge from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Mitch Kress, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So you have probably heard the name or the word flock, F-L-O-C-K, flock, F-L-O-C-K. Be careful how you pronounce it. Yes, I know. Isn't get the flock. Yeah, yeah, okay. And a lot of people are saying that because now we're talking about these flock license plate reader cameras. Now, for the sake of our discussion this afternoon and our top story and our Facebook question of the day, and I'm sure for the phone calls and emails and text messages that are going to follow here, for the sake of that, we are not talking about speed cameras here. We're not. We are not talking about stop sign cameras. We're not. We're not talking about red light cameras. We're not. We're not talking about any of those. So this is not a speed camera issue. This is not a stoplight camera issue. This is not a stop sign camera issue. This is not a school bus camera issue, with a lot of the new buses now having these cameras mounted on them and that go on when the stop sign comes out, the gate comes out, the barrier comes out, the red flashing and yellow lights come out. These are license plate readers, and they are mainly marketed by a company called Flock, F-L-O-C-K. And the notion here is that police say by using these cameras, this is what they term to be a force multiplier, meaning that, look, you have some of these departments that are big departments, big city departments, like Bridgeport, like Hartford, like New Haven, like Danbury or Waterbury, but you have smaller departments who may only have a few dozen officers and who want to keep some sort of a wary eye as to who is moving through the town. And Flock's computer system, along with these cameras, read license plates. And this is where the controversy comes in. Now, there are these plate readers being used here and there in Connecticut. Nobody is willing to say, at least in the stories I went back and looked at from a few months ago, nobody is really willing to say how many of these readers are up and running, but now people are starting to see what exactly they look like. They're generally black. They use a solar panel, it looks like, for power and maybe to transmit some of the data. And the bottom line is here, there are instances now where some of this data, because if you use multiple flock cameras, you can track people, which is what they're for. Some of this data has occasionally been abused by police officers. If you go in and you Google something like flock data abuse, you will see a good few stories out there about people who have access to this system, tracking ex-boyfriends, tracking ex-girlfriends, tracking friends, whatever, for nefarious purposes. There have already been, I think, some police officers all around the country in some spots who've been fired or faced charges. So I think we can all agree that that's not good. But how do you feel if, in fact, you are being, as some people who don't like this say, how do you feel about being surveilled by this? Or is this Big Brother surveillance? Now, police who've been on this station, I'm sure on Lisa's show and Melissa's show and this show, have said, hey, this is a force multiplier. If there's a silver alert or an amber alert or a kidnapping alert or a missing child alert, and the people close to that person tell us, well, if they're in a car, it's probably this model car with this license plate. You see, what the flock system allows departments to do is to put that plate on a high priority list and let us know where you see that plate. And boom, in a split second, as I understand how the system works, they are able to tell officers, hey, this car, this scan was seen 20 minutes ago at this section of town. And then another scan pops up 10 minutes after that over there. So they can kind of plot a course and maybe get up ahead of the perpetrator and get them. And if you go to the Flock website, if you go and Google something like crimes solved with license plate readers, you'll get the other side of the story, which is generally a person or people saying, hey, stop vandalizing these things. You're playing into the hands of criminals here. Now, again, there are apparently, according to stories that have been printed here, a few dozen of these Flock license plate readers operating in the state. Nobody's really willing to say where they are, although a couple of municipalities have ended their contracts with Flock, mainly because there was rumor that the Trump White House was using this to track illegals. Now, we can get into a whole different debate about that. And now the latest Flock equipment reportedly can zero in on cell phone use and other people in the car. All right, maybe that's up for debate. I get you with that. But in general, what about these license plate reader cameras? And again, we only say Flock because I think they're the majority company doing this. But does this bother you? See, with me, because I lead a single suburban white guy boring life, it doesn't bother me in the least bit. It really doesn't. Is there potential for abuse? Well, of course there is. There's potential for abuse with anything. But in this kind of sudden growing backlash against these Flock systems, are people playing right into the hands of criminals here? If I told you that on the way home from work tonight, your license plate would be scanned 2 or 3 times, would you care? I probably wouldn't. Now, you can call me and, call me a bootlicker. That's a big one now if you don't agree with somebody. Well, you're a bootlicker. And then they put up the meme about sheep and everything. But what are your thoughts on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's our question of the day. Over 40 Connecticut municipalities and retail locations now, according to published reports, use Flock automated license plate readers and scanners to track vehicles. Your thoughts on that? I don't care. It doesn't really bother me. Now, maybe that's being stupid. Maybe I am part of the flock of sheep or the flock of seagulls or whatever. Don't have that much hair. Starting to get responses to this, varied. Some love it, some don't. But you tell me, yeah. And we're not talking about speed cameras. We're not talking about stop sign or red light cameras. We are talking about license plate scanners, which police have said help them solve crimes. You can look that up online, but what are your thoughts on this? I don't care. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Here's a pickle. You're running a quick errand when another driver runs a red light and crashes right into you. Now you're facing medical bills, missed work, and pressure from insurance companies. You shouldn't have to deal with that alone.
Hi, I'm Alan Pickell of the Pickell Law Firm. Since 1990, we've been helping Connecticut clients recover compensation after devastating injuries.
If you're in a pickle, call Pickell at 475-4PICKELL because results matter. PickellLaw.com.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Get your tickets to see Matteo Bocelli in his only area performance Friday at the Levitt Pavilion for the Performing Arts in Westport. Tickets at levittpavilion.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, late running road work, exits 14 down to 12B. Stay left to get around it. On 95 north, plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help. New Haven, 95 southbound side, heavy congestion through Long Wharf and northbound coming back through Orange and West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower, a thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Southport's live and local news source for 100 years. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC's 600 and 95.9.
So as of a couple of months ago, there were right around 40 individual cities and towns and some retail establishments, too. We told you about some of the, Lowe's or Home Depot up in the valley there on Route 34. I think we talked about that a couple of weeks ago, using these license plate readers. Now, again, I have to emphasize here, we are not talking about speed cameras where you're told where they are in cities and towns like, Washington, Connecticut, Middletown, Milford, Fairfield. That's part of the law. They've got to tell you where they are. They have to tell you where they are. They got to put up signage. They have to give you an appeal process. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about red light cameras either, intersection cameras. We're not talking about stop sign cameras. We are talking here about these automated license plate readers. Now, there are more and more concerns coming up about these readers because people are saying, hey, they're sometimes they make mistakes. There are allegations now that a new generation of these license plate readers can actually tap in on phone calls. See, that I'm 100% against. And to me, that would be clearly, I would think, flouting the law. Maybe, I don't know, about tapping into phone calls, whether you have a warrant or not. I don't know. I'm not a Bill of Rights or a Fourth Amendment lawyer here, unreasonable search and seizure. But what do you think? If you knew that on the way home tonight in Connecticut, in Fairfield County, in Bridgeport, or in New Haven, or Trumbull, or Shelton, or Glastonbury, wherever you're driving in the great, beautiful state of Connecticut, would you feel like it, knowing, or how would you feel? Would you care that your license plate may be scanned 2, 3, 4, 5 times? Now, police will say these scanners have helped them and continue to help them solve crimes, solve kidnappings, find murder suspects. I mean, you can just Google it. If you go on and go to your favorite search engine and just put in something like crimes solved by license plate readers, you'll get a lot there. But you'll also get more stories now about allegations these systems are being abused. Me, I wouldn't care. But that's just me. Maybe I'm the sap, and you guys and gals are right. Ken in Bridgeport. Ken, you kick it off today on WICC. How are you?
Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, I think they're good for, like, stolen cars or, like, an Amber Alert. I think the only people that are complaining are the people that are stealing cars or their cars not registered or insured, that type of thing,
Yeah, and apparently, and Ken, thanks, and they do, listen, the police do, they do say exactly what you said, Ken, Amber Alerts, kidnappings, stolen cars. But then again, there are some screw-ups here. There was a story I read a couple of days ago. I think Tom Dudchick has it on his Capitol Report site, where some license plate scanner data was off by one letter or one character or one digit, and that caused a guy and his wife or girlfriend who were out doing some errands at a big box store or something like that. As soon as they got in the car to leave, like 4 or 5 cop cars converged on the car. The guy remained calm. He said, all right, what's going on here? Turns out he was an auto writer or an automobile journalist. And there was some confusion as to the plate that was on the car that he was driving around for a week. The journalists who write for these car magazines, the manufacturer will give them a car. Hey, we're going to give you the car for a week and a half. And this was like $100,000 Land Rover. And he said, I was just about to pull out and go on with my day when 4 cars blocked me in. And, of course, if it's a stolen car, the men and women of law enforcement jump out with guns drawn. And he actually wrote a pretty humorous piece about it. But, even one of the cops at the end say, hey, go right home, park the car, get on the phone to whoever gave you this. And the bottom line is it was 1 digit off. But the plate reader was given the information that the cops were given. So as if this actually was a stolen car, How would that have shaken out? Would there have been shots fired? Anyway, I'm okay with this as long as it doesn't get out of hand. I don't know whether we legislate that or whatever. I don't think I would want my movements scanned every mile or half mile or 3/4 of a mile. But if my plate is scanned now, folks know I live in Wallingford. We work here at the beautiful Connoisseur facility in Milford. That I'm about 26 or 28 miles away. So if I'm scanned once or twice or even 2 or 3 times, I'm okay with that. I don't want to be scanned 26 times. That's a little freakish. But honestly, what do you think about this? Is this Big Brother? Is this a violation of, the Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizure? You tell me. 203-333 9422 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, late running road work, exits 14 down to 12B. Stay left to get around it. On 95 north, plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help. New Haven, 95 southbound side, heavy congestion through Long Wharf and northbound coming back through Orange and West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Here is 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center in Florist and Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastimes. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So in Connecticut, we were told a few months ago that probably 2 or 3 dozen municipalities in the state to one point or another are using these license plate scanners. You hear this name called FLOCK, F-L-O-C-K. And now there are people starting a campaign, get the flock out of here. You know what? Yeah, okay. Got to be careful when you say that. Saying these license plate scanners, not speed cameras, not stop sign or red light cameras, but these license plate scanners are no good, and it is empowering a surveillance society. You buy that? Do you care whether you're scanned? Yes or no?
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Siebertson. Demanding a transparent investigation and an independent autopsy, the family of the Mississippi teenager whose body was found off of Barrier Island, Nolan Wells, was last seen on July 4th celebrating the holiday with friends. ABC's Perry Russum.
The father got to the microphone and said he wanted to know where his son's car keys were, and he was speaking with some of the friends in the house that he went to, and they said they didn't know where they were. So then they called another woman who said, oh, the keys are on top of a gaming console. So the father appeared to be concerned that some of the information was being withheld from him.
Mexican officials say their government will file criminal complaints over the deaths of its citizens in ICE custody or as part of immigration enforcement. This after the fatal shooting of a Mexican national by federal agents in Houston claiming self-defense. President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is over. There are still what U.S. officials call technical talks. More storms and flooding expected in the Midwest and the East. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Firefighters say 15 people are displaced after a 3-alarm fire in Waterbury on Thursday evening. The fire broke out around 6 p.m. on South Main Street and required roughly 55 Waterbury firefighters to extinguish it. One firefighter was hospitalized for minor injuries, and another reportedly fell through a floor but is okay. The building, which hosts both residential and commercial units, is considered a total loss. Several businesses, including a popular Spanish restaurant, were destroyed, but firefighters contained the blaze to just one building. The cause is under investigation. The Connecticut Department of Children and Families says it was victimized by a phishing scam. The department said some confidential records may have been leaked. DCF believes the attacker or the attackers may have downloaded emails from 2 accounts belonging to DCF workers. The attack was launched through an external phishing email sent to employees on May 20th. The incident is under investigation. The Better Business Bureau has launched a new online scam tracker heat map designed to help Connecticut residents stay one step ahead of fraud. The interactive tool lets users view scam reports by location, identify trends, and see the types of scams being reported most often in their area. Kristen Johnson from the Better Business Bureau told WFSB Channel 3 that the goal is to help consumers recognize fraud before they become victims, while encouraging anyone who encounters a scam to report it so that others can be warned.
And you can look at all the different scam types and what's most common, what's happening right now. So online purchase scams are the most common, followed by phishing and employment scams. And you can go down the list. And then you can actually open up the reports and you can see how much people are losing. Take a closer look at the name of the scammer, the name of their business, the email address they're using.
The free tool is available through the BBB's Scam Tracker website and updates as new reports are submitted. Attorney General William Tong has joined a bipartisan coalition of 49 state attorneys general, urging the Federal Communications Commission to strengthen rules aimed at stopping illegal robocalls. The coalition wants tougher requirements for companies that buy and sell phone numbers, regular reporting to help law enforcement trace scam calls, and a ban on number cycling, a tactic scammers use to rotate through legitimate phone numbers to avoid detection. Tong says billions of robocalls continue to get through spam filters each year, costing Americans billions of dollars in fraud losses, and is calling for stronger federal action to better protect consumers.
Last year across this country, we got 30 billion scam calls, and Americans lost more than $2 billion, and I bet that's a serious undercount. So we need the FCC to work harder.
This weekend marks the first ever Connecticut Citizens Assembly on property taxes. A diverse, randomly selected group of Connecticut residents will start having informed, considerate dialogue on one of the state's most important public policy issues, property taxes. The assembly will meet this Saturday, July 11th, marking the beginning of a 3-month civic engagement process that will culminate in recommendations for policymakers regarding property taxes ahead of the 2027 legislative session. And it may be scorching hot, but the North Pole Express is getting ready to sell tickets. Tickets for the 90-minute trip from the Essex steam train and riverboat go on sale on August 3rd, and they are expected to run out fast. The North Pole Express runs on select days from November 20th through December 23rd. Festive sing-alongs, hot chocolate, and sugar cookies will all be provided as part of the experience. Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus also will be taking the trip, and children are encouraged to wear pajamas. Tickets can be purchased online. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, late running construction between exits 14 and 12. Stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County 95 north. Over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, the Parkway isn't much help. New Haven 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound busy too through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower, a thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, more and more and more and more and more. I'm seeing these stories popping up online, and you probably have been seeing them too, about these new license plate reader cameras. Now, these are not the speed cameras. This is not what we've been talking about in Fairfield and in Milford and in Greenwich here, where some people love the cameras, some people don't know how to use the brake pedal, some people, for God's sake, can't slow down. We're not talking about that here, right now, at this moment. Who knows what will happen later on in our remaining 3 hours and 22 minutes and, 21 seconds. And we're not talking about red light cameras. We're not talking about stop sign cameras. We're talking about license plate readers made by a company called Flock, Flock. And the location, the scanning of these license plates as people pass these, I think they're all black. You can see them. They have a little, what would you call it? A camera housing facing traffic in both directions with what looks to be a solar panel, maybe a transmitting array, whatever, of a setup so they can get this real-time stuff back to the cops, back to the feds, and look for missing persons, look for car thieves, look for kidnappers. But some people are saying, hey, I'm not a criminal. Now, see, this is you can look at this and make the argument work on both sides here. You can say, hey, well, I'm not a criminal, and the proponents of this, like myself, would say, well, then what do you got to worry about? And then you could say, well, wait a minute, I'm not a criminal, and the opponents of this system can say, that's exactly why we don't like it. Does this bother you? And I'll ask the question. We got a couple of emails here, some text messages too. If your license plate was scanned on the way home tonight or on the way out to dinner, maybe a nice Friday night to get together with that special person, and you drove by a license plate scanner once, that going to bother you? Nah, whatever. I know why it's up in this neighborhood. A lot of drug activity here. Okay, yeah. What if it happens twice, 5 miles away from the first time, or 3 times in another 5 or 6 miles? What are your thoughts on that? Now, again, I have my limits too. As much as I'm pro-cop, and as much as I am pro-law enforcement, and as much as I want to make sure that there is a balance between civil liberties and law enforcement, if you start scanning me every mile or 2 or 3, that's going to upset me a little bit. But what is bothering me is you have people now all over the country, and trust me, it'll happen here in Connecticut sooner than later. You have people vandalizing these things because they know what they look like now. They do look a little bit like the speed cameras. They look a little bit like the stop sign or red light cameras. They do. But they do have a distinctive look, and now you're getting stories all over the country, and I think one of them may have gotten knocked down here in Connecticut. Is that the way to go about this? Because if you vandalize these things, if you say, well, listen, I don't care what law says it's okay, I don't care, what court case from the Supreme Court, the supporters and the companies cite here, I don't want this thing looking at me. Now you have these vigilantes taking these things down. All right, you know who's cheering that? The criminals. How are the criminals not cheering that? Hey, did you see what happened? Hey, dude, did you see what? They knocked down the flock camera for us. They did the work for us. Are you not? Now, I know a lot of people in this audience, probably 99.99%, at least who listen to me right now, probably are not going to vandalize something. Probably, although I don't know. What do you do on your spare time? Hopefully it's legal and you're a good boy, good girl. But the people that, and some of the town, I think Windsor or South Windsor turned theirs off. Other towns are limiting. I think Connecticut signed a law now where these license plate scanner camera data packs can only be shared with our neighboring states, New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island directly on the border. All right. They don't want these stuff shared with immigration. There's a setting, I guess, on these computers, or there's a setting in the Flock software saying anybody can access it with the right code, or nobody can, or only these people can. So I understand the fine-tuning of this, and I'm all for that. And I'm all against officers who have apparently gone in there and done searches about where their wife's going, or where their girlfriend's going, or boyfriend, or husband, or whatever. No. No. But is getting rid of these things the answer? Or is there a middle ground? And again, for people who say, well, I don't want to be surveilled and when I'm driving, well, you have what do courts say all the time? You're in public. You're driving a car that is publicly registered with the DMV in your specific state. You're driving a car that legally is mandated to have at least one identifying plate on it in most states. Some states are now two-plate states again. A set of letters and numbers that says who that car belongs to and who the rightful owner is. So the only place that courts have said that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy is in your own home. But is the answer here, turning these license plate readers off? So for all these people that campaign and say, we don't want these because I don't want a surveillance society, so you okay with crime then? No, seriously. And I ask this question. It's a basic question. And I'd love for you to give me an honest answer. If, God forbid, your child, your son, your daughter, your grandson, your granddaughter, niece or nephew was kidnapped by a family member or by somebody you knew and you told the cops said, do you know what kind of vehicle, sir or ma'am, this person may have been in? And you give them the make and model and the license plate number. Do you want that license plate number scanned for? Yes or no? It's a simple question. Or are you going to say, no, I'd rather not, even though it's my blood relative, my son, my daughter, my grandson, my granddaughter that I love with all my heart, I don't want a license plate reader looking for the car that he or she may be being held in against their will. You square that up? You all right with that? If you're against these flock cameras, these license plate readers, I know it shouldn't be an A or B comparison there. But again, it's one thing to go, rah, boy, I'm a great American. I don't want the totalitarian state. Yeah, but your granddaughter may be in a car and you gave us the license plate number. You want us to search for that car, ma'am, or not? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 southbound, late running construction between exits 14 and 12. Stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County 95 north. Over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound busy too through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid 80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The conversation always starts here. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, there's a building backlash all across the country and starting to rumble here in Connecticut. Not so much against speed cameras, although people don't like those either. But for the sake of this conversation, we're not talking speed cameras. We're not talking about red light cameras or stop sign cameras. We're talking about license plate scanners. There are about 30 or 40 municipalities in the state, we're told, or spots in the state where they're being used. And the cops say it's helping them, the men and women in blue, and I would assume the state police in gray, looking all spiffy there in their uniform grays, helping them, keep an eye on wanted vehicles, license plate numbers, or somebody who may have been kidnapped or whatever. Well, they're supposedly in a brown Toyota with a lot. Well, they put the plates in the scanners, and all these scanners all across the state or in a specific city or town can sound the alarm or send an indicator, hey, we have a hit on this license plate. It was at the corner of ABC Street and Main Avenue, so let's assume and which way they were going so they can then alert other departments saying, hey, a bolo, be on the lookout for whatever car. And you talk to some police, you go to Flock's website, or you do a general search and say, hey, we've been able to solve these crimes. Now, people don't like them because, there have been reports of a bunch of officers, I think in one state or town, are facing charges or were fired because they were finding out, hey, what's the wife doing? What's the girlfriend? What's the boyfriend doing? So that stuff, obviously, but you can't let the bad apples spoil the whole bunch. As the Osmond brothers used to tell us, right? Matt in Fairfield's with us at 10 of. Matt, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir. What do you got?
Well, you know what? I mean, your points are well taken, but of course we all understand the distrust in government use of information like this. So it causes me to really want to know more about the process, and that's this. Let's just say the cops have 25 tags that they're interested in locating in an area.
Yeah.
And they've reviewed 1,000 and didn't come up with any one of those 25.
Okay.
What do they do with that information about that 1,000 that didn't come up on a hit list? Does it stay in a database somewhere?
I think
or do they actually get rid of all of it?
I think what happens, Matt, is, if I read this correctly, depending upon the contract that Flock has with individual states or individual cities or towns, it supposedly is flushed from the system after a certain, and again, I've seen stories of cities and towns who made a change in that policy, saying, hey, we're going to keep it, but you can only hold this stuff for a few days or a week or whatever. And the cops say the reason they do that and don't flush it, right away, Matt, is that, well, they weren't in the car we thought they were in. It turns out they were in this car, and then they can go to court with this, right, Matt? And in a procedure say, well, this is the car they were actually in, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and it's here, and now it's here, and we pick it up here. You know what I mean? So.
And think about how comfortable we all eventually became with being tracked everywhere we go with our cell phones.
Our cell phones. And again, Matt, you're 100% right. And this, now, granted, Matt, there are people who know how to turn off the location services in cell phones. And, Matt, what about, people who get on the Internet at night, right? Let's just be honest here. Don't use incognito mode. Not that I would know what that is. And start looking for, German women in leather. You know what I mean?
Right. But behind my point about the cell phones is eventually that information about you being tracked becomes information that can be sold.
Exactly.
So now, down the road, with these trackers, these license plate trackers, is there something in the future about that that's going to be more marketing information sold?
Well, I would.
After a while, you start thinking to yourself, I don't want to be part of that.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt, I would assume that, and from what I've read, when these systems are signed onto by local police departments, including some here in Connecticut, the mayor has to know about it, the first selectman has to know about it, the police commission has to know about it, and I guess Flock is saying that they don't sell the data or whatever. So listen, Matt.
Now, my point is, once it becomes ubiquitous and people just accept it, it might very well be a marketing tool.
Maybe.
Just like it happened in cell phones.
Yeah.
We all got sold that for the purpose of safety and tracking your kids and all that kind of stuff. But after a while, it became ubiquitous, and now it's information that gets sold and bartered.
Yeah, and Matt, it's funny you mentioned that because an old radio buddy of mine, we were talking, boy, this is probably in the late 80s, right when cell phones, early to mid-90s, when cell phones really took off and now everybody has them. But this friend of mine was talking to a person who worked for one of the big cell phone companies on the inside. Now, that company doesn't even exist anymore. But having said that, he was telling me, he goes, yeah, I'm talking to so-and-so last week, and they've peaked out on the commercial end of cell phones. So now they're shifting it to safety for your kids and safety to grandma. So, yeah. Yep.
Paul, have you ever used a tool like Waze to get somewhere?
Yep.
And you actually know the best way to get to that destination, but you look at that Waze product, and it takes you through commercial areas.
Absolutely.
That's how they make their money.
Absolutely. Matt, thank you, my friend.
Where you go. Thank you.
I do have to run. Thank you, Matt. No, listen. Look, we there's always a trade-off, right? and Matt, that was a great call. Thank you so much. You brought up a lot of really good points there. Now, would I sign on to Flock if I knew that Flock was selling my data as to, hey, Paul there in his boring blue midsize sedan, he goes home this way, so make sure you show him where every fat, white, pudgy Italian guy wants to eat, which for me would be a lot of places. But I digress. Yeah, I would find Matt, good point there, but if they start selling the data to advertisers, no. I think they just subsist on the cash that comes in from these municipalities there. And, people don't like being surveilled, even in Bridgeport. Bridgeport, thankfully, I guess, is still using ShotSpotter, which is a bunch of microphones around the city. Remember, there was a push to get rid of that. Even in Chicago, a great city run by the dumbest mayor on the planet, Brandon Johnson, and he's an idiot. There are idiots, and then there's Mayor Johnson in Chicago. I'm sorry, the guy is just a teachers union tool. But, people don't like the surveillance of ShotSpotter, which reacts when it hears gunshots, and it gets Chicago PD. Well, it's racist. There's the R word. I don't know, maybe stop shooting each other? Is that racist? Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, late running construction between exits 14 and 12. Stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County 95 north. Over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound busy too through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, and not as humid. Low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Trying to keep up with today's fast-changing digital landscape, with more ways to consume content than ever before, it is getting harder to reach your customers. You need more than just a presence. You need the experts at Conrex Digital. We craft websites that convert. We curate engaging content on social and blog channels. We generate quality leads through Google and Meta. We dominate your competition on streaming TV. Bold marketing, real results. Conrex Digital makes it happen. Visit conrexdigital.com. That's conrexdigital.com.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
License plate readers, yes or no? You okay with them? I mean, at the point it is now, I'm all right with it. And again, and I feel I have to keep saying this because we're getting hit a full fusillade with this stuff now in many cities and towns and states. We're not talking here about speed cameras. We're not talking about red light cameras. We're not talking about stop sign cameras. We're talking about license plate readers, which are set up with, there's no signage there like there is with the speed cameras. Nobody's saying, hey, if you're a crook, if you're a drug dealer, if you're a gangbanger, smile, or you make your car smile because it's on the scanner. No. But are you all right with those? There's a growing pushback on them across the country where some people are even vandalizing them.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. It's always lunchtime somewhere, so pardon this developing story, which could be described simply as ew. At least 31 states are reporting cases of a single-cell parasite stomach bug that causes frequent and long-lasting diarrhea. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
These symptoms can really last a long time. Fortunately, this can be treated with an antibiotic if you do get symptoms and you go to a doctor and you get tested. But still, this is very painful for the people who have been experiencing, including several reports of those who have had symptoms for a prolonged period of time.
This does not necessarily mean all the stomach bug cases are related to the same source. No product has been identified yet as a suspected source. The U.S. is on pace to break its own measles record for the second year in a row. There have been over 2,200 reported infections across 40 states, says the CDC. Demanding a transparent investigation, the family of the Mississippi teen whose body was found off of Barrier Island, Nolan Wells, was last seen July 4th celebrating the holiday with friends. Wells' mother.
I have concerns.
Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as Black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces.
The family's attorney says Wells' friends took his phone when they left Horn Island. Mexican officials say they'll file criminal complaints over deaths of its citizens in ICE custody or as part of immigration enforcement. This after the fatal shooting of a Mexican national by federal agents in Houston claiming self-defense. Texas Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia in Houston.
I have concerns about the potential witnesses being removed from our area and perhaps even being deported.
The feds say that he was not the intended target. You're listening to ABC News.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is over. There are still what U.S. officials call technical talks. No progress reported. Major flash flooding and high water rescues in parts of the Midwest and East after violent storms. It's caused many flight cancellations and delays, says ABC's Morgan Norwood at Newark Airport.
With more turbulent weather, we could be looking at more flight disruptions today and into the night. So now is a good time, especially if you're flying today and throughout the weekend, to start to plan ahead.
Flash flood watches continue through the weekend. A scary mid-air incident on board a Ryanair flight in Europe. A portion of the plane's fuselage came apart, causing a window panel to dislodge. The passenger closest to the window was taken to the hospital. Nobody else hurt. It happened shortly after takeoff when the flight was heading to Germany from Greece. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge.
According to a doctor who treated him for serious injuries to his upper body once he was safely on the ground after the plane had safely landed in hospital, and he was in hospital, effectively the wife of the passenger, the male passenger, was sitting next to him, and she was just holding onto his feet for about 5 minutes to stop him being completely sucked out of the aircraft.
A Greek aviation official says they think there was a massive rupture in the engine. Debris flew out the side, hit the fuselage. Wall Street major indexes have risen and crude oil prices are lower today. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Firefighters say 15 people are displaced after a 3-alarm fire in Waterbury on Thursday evening. The fire broke out around 6 p.m. on South Main Street and required roughly 55 Waterbury firefighters to extinguish it. One firefighter was hospitalized for minor injuries, and another reportedly fell through a floor but is okay. The building, which hosts both residential and commercial units, is considered a total loss. Several businesses, including a popular Spanish restaurant, were destroyed, but firefighters contained the blaze to just one building. The cause is under investigation. And the Better Business Bureau has launched a new online scam tracker heat map designed to help Connecticut residents stay one step ahead of fraud. The interactive tool lets users view scam reports by location, identify trends, and see the types of scams being reported most often in their area. Kristen Johnson from the Better Business Bureau told WFSB Channel 3 that the goal is to help consumers recognize fraud before they become victims, while encouraging anyone who encounters a scam to report it so others can be warned.
And you can look at all the different scam types and what's most common, what's happening right now. So online purchase scams are the most common, followed by phishing and employment scams. And you can go down the list, and then you can actually open up the reports and you can see how much people are losing. Take a closer look at the name of the scammer, the name of their business, the email address they're using.
The free tool is available through the BBB's Scam Tracker website and updates as new reports are submitted. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through, but there are few and far between. Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford, New Haven. 95 south crawling through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Here is 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So do you mind being scanned? No, we're not talking about going into and out of a Walmart. We're not talking about going past or to and through airport security. We're talking about the license plate or license plates on your vehicle. Although Connecticut is still, we're still a one-plate state, right? We used to be two. We went to one. I think we need to go back to 2 plates, but that's just me. I'm always a firm believer in helping the fine men and women of law enforcement. But now you've got a growing movement in this country. I wanted to bring this up on a Friday because a lot of people will be out driving today, tonight, tomorrow, over the weekend, back into the new work week, bright and early on Monday morning, right here on WICC with Melissa in the morning on Monday. License plate scanners, automatic license plate scanners. They are in use here in Connecticut in a few places, according to stuff that Channel 3 has done, stuff that the Connecticut News Junkie has done. Over 40 municipalities here in the state, cities and towns, over 40 municipalities, and some retail locations. We found out about that, 3-5 weeks ago with, I guess, a Home Depot and a Lowe's on Route 34 there. We're scanning plates into and out of the parking lot there. But over 40 municipalities and retail locations are using Flock automated license plate readers to track vehicles. What are your thoughts on that? At this point, now again, we could be delving 6 months or a year and a half into this, into some uncharted territory. And I know people are and there's still, man, if you're on social media and read the stuff I do at night, especially if it's in Milford, or it's in Fairfield, or it's in Greenwich, or it's in Middletown, or all the areas in the state that, have these speed cameras and red light cameras and stop sign cameras in some areas, people are pretty hawked off about that. What about license plate readers? A lot of people didn't even know this. Did you know? Are you sitting there going, Paul, what are you talking? What are you, nuts here? Do you need your meds adjusted again? What are you talking about with license plate readers? Yes. Just go online when you get a minute or three this weekend. Flock, Flock. And I don't know whether they're the only company that does this. I don't know whether they're the only company or there are others, but Flock is the major one. And now there is a big pushback against these things because people say, all right, now we're fully into the throes, if you will, of a totalitarian state, of a surveillance state. And yeah, you have to admit that you are being surveilled, to a point at least. Now, a lot of courts have held that surveillance, if you're outside of your home, if it is done for law enforcement, if it doesn't specifically center on you or your personal habits, that surveillance is okay. But is it? You tell me. And if you're one of these people who is anti-plate scanners, if you're like, all right, I keep my license plate on, but, that's for the cops. We don't want, that's for a cop on a motorcycle or in a cruiser. I don't want to be scanned every couple, 3-5 miles or in the 4 or 5 places in my town that have these things. Is that what you feel? A couple of people sending stuff in. My friend, what are you talking about? It's been a 2 license plate state for years. I don't ever recall having them take a, what's this? I don't ever recall having them go to 1 plate again, like back when it was before Reagan. Oh, well, maybe it's a 2-plate state, but a lot of people don't put 2 plates. I have 2 plates on. But a lot of people with those custom plates in front, do they get pulled over? I don't know. Not a problem. We have up-to-date licenses, insurance, and registration, and there are no warrants out for our arrest. So that person there is okay with these plate scanners. I am too. But a lot of people aren't, and now they're getting vandalized. See, that's the whole thing. You have these moron vigilantes on Facebook now and Twitter and X and Instagram saying, hey, here are the Flock cameras. We like criminals. We're going to pull them down. Well, it doesn't mean you like criminals. Well, you're giving criminals a head up, aren't you? Is that not what you're doing? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hey, Paul, read the room. This topic is dull. Cut your losses and move on. Oh man, I love my associate producers here. Yeah, we should stop talking about this because people are starting to. Let's stop talking about people ripping down police surveillance equipment. Yeah, all right. Everybody's a producer, but I love you. I know who's. There are certain topics that I touch on that people seem to think because it's, and I love this person, they know who they are. Oh, man. Absentee ballots, that's another one. Why are you talking about absentee ballots? I get that all the time. Why? Because Bridgeport can't strip its reputation of those. That's why. Why are we talking about license plate readers? Because they're getting vandalized all over the country. That's why. And I think it's interesting because you have these people who will sit there and say, well, I don't want my plate scanned. And I will ask them online, to which I'm then called a bootlicker. I don't get a real answer most of the time. I don't get an answer. I'm called a bootlicker, as in lick the commandant's boots there. Yes, mein Kapitän. Because I simply ask them, if your loved one is in a car and they just got kidnapped, do you want that license plate up on the reader for the cops to look at or not? Yes or no? Tell me, well, that's not the issue. I get, no, that is the issue. Either you're for it or against it. Don't pussyfoot in the middle, pal. Martin, and I'll tell you what, Marty, hang on. I want to give you more time. Let's do the break first, then we come back, go to the phones, right here on WICC.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information, visit talktheyhearyou.samhsa.gov.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is Sunday, August 2nd. Tickets on sale at ctpizzaandbrewfest.com. Driven by Mazda of Milford.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford, New Haven. 95 south crawling through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Madge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Beacon Falls live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yes. And by the way, I looked it up. That person is right. Connecticut is technically a two-plate state. But I guess how should we say, the enforcement of that DMV regulation is spotty at best. Got to have that custom plate on the front instead. That driving a certain model of car, and I got to put the plate on there to tell people that I'm driving a certain model of car that they can plainly see. Speaking of driving, I'm going to do another few minutes on this topic here of automated license plate readers. So when you drive by one of these flock systems, and to me, this is incredible how they do this. Never mind the legality of this whole thing, but the fact that this is actually feasible with people barrel-assing past these things doesn't bother me now. Does this have all the ingredients of being Big Brother? Yeah, obviously. You'd have to say that. But if you suddenly pull back, like a lot of towns are, and turn these cameras off, are you aiding and abetting the criminals? Are they sitting there going, yes, turn it off? And Channel 3 did a story on this. I'm reading about a year and a half ago when this first became a thing. And I guess most of the searches here in Connecticut have to do with stolen cars and stolen plates. All right. Paul in Orange. Paul, good afternoon. How are you?
Great, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, Paul, a couple of weeks ago, I read in the Wall Street Journal that in the 20 largest cities, there are 100,000 different cameras.
Yeah.
And they were comparing that to the 750 million cameras that are in China.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of American corporations that do want an AI biometric surveillance state.
Mm-hmm.
And in politics, there's something called opportunistic vanguardism, which is when state power exploits popular movements to increase state power and then mold the society into the society that they want.
Yeah.
So my question for you basically gets to the crux of the situation, which is this. When would you be concerned when state power in cameras and surveillance and George Orwell's 1984 becomes a reality? What will have to happen where you say, okay, now this has gone too far? And isn't it designed in a free society the way that we have, incrementally? A little here, a little there, and before you know it, it's large.
Well,
thank you, Paul.
And thank you, Paul. And to answer your main question here, I'd get more concerned if I saw concerning things. And again, we're seeing stories coming out of other departments in the U.S. where some troopers, some officers are disciplined, some were fired because they were using these cameras, these flock system cameras, for their own use. One apparently was tailing an old girlfriend or something like that. That to me, that's rule one here. That's when I'm like, no, you can't do that. So there's got to be a balance here, is there not? Again, if somebody's kidnapped, if there's human trafficking going on, this, that, and the other, why would you not want a system like this? Or again, God forbid, if somebody in your family was kidnapped or taken against their will and some eyewitness gave at least a partial description of the car, a make and model with maybe 3 or 4 of the 6 characters on the license plate, boom, you do a quick DMV search, probably with AI, and it comes back, says, okay, here are the 50 or 100 cars you have to look for. You put them in the flock system, you get a hit right there. It's almost like a gun. I mean, a gun can kill an innocent person, but it could also take down a perp, right? Martin in Stamford. Martin, hi, you're on WICC.
Driving in this state is a privilege, correct?
Yes, it's not a right, it's a privilege, absolutely.
And like if you have a Connecticut plate and it has a little picture of Connecticut in the upper left-hand corner, that means you were issued 2 plates, which you have to display 2 plates, just to get that straight.
All right. Marty, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, there you go. And you know what? Your basic premise is correct. Driving is not a right. It's now, you do have a right in this state to, or any other state or anywhere in the U.S. to travel. This is what and again, I love these people, the sovereign citizens. I love when they get pulled over and they tell a cop and they expect, and of course they're video recording the whole thing. And they tell a cop, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Now, because they don't believe in driver's licenses and all. Let me tell you something. If you want some really good entertainment, I'm dead serious about this, all right? I'm not kidding here. And there's nothing you want to stream, and the Yankees or the Mets or the Red Sox aren't playing, or that big World Cup semifinal isn't until tomorrow night or something. I'm telling you, get a beverage, get something to manja with, go online, go to YouTube, and in the search category of YouTube, put in sovereign citizens. You're welcome. Thank you. Just, I don't know why that popped into my head. Oh, the whole thing with our last caller saying, hey, driving is a privilege. Yes. And these sovereign citizens are just, when they get, they all crank out their Google University law degree when the cop says, open the door and open the window and give me your license and whatever. It's the best. And the best part is when some of these sites do video when they get to court. Oh, these judges sit there. Oh, you again? Get out of here. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through, but they're a few and far between. Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford, New Haven. 95 south crawling through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. We invite you to honor the special people who have touched your life by making a meaningful gift in their name. By sharing their stories, you can help others who are suffering know they are not alone. Your tribute gift is more than just a donation. It's a lasting expression of gratitude, love, and remembrance. With your generous support, we can continue our vital programs that shape the lives of so many in our community. Help us make a difference today. Share your story and support the mission at bridgeportrescuemission.org today.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Got an email here. Hi, Paul. If one has nothing to hide, does it really matter if your car gets scanned one time or 1,000 times? Actually, no one knows when their vehicle has been scanned. I guess technically not, but a lot of complaints are coming from people that I guess get contacted by police, and they're saying, hey, how did you know I was there at that time? And what else do we have here? Oh, interesting text here. A gentleman from Shelton says, this is one step closer to 1984, no freedom. Is there really no freedom? Now, if the cops stop you and say, well, we scanned you and we want to know where you're going, and they don't have a justifiable cause to do that, they're not coming up to you and saying, hey, your license plate and or your vehicle is coming back as stolen. If they just say, hey, this is what was that Tom Cruise movie where he was on the pre-crime squad? I never saw it. I always wanted to. Maybe that's what people are afraid, duly so, that we're heading toward, huh?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. At least 31 states are reporting cases of a single-cell parasite stomach bug. It causes frequent and long-lasting diarrhea. This does not necessarily mean all the stomach bug cases are related to the same source. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
Part of the issue is the lag time. When you get infected, it can be up to 2 weeks before you see symptoms, so it's hard for people to then backtrack and figure out where the source was.
No product has been identified yet as a suspected source. The U.S. is on pace to break its own measles record for the second year in a row, over 2,200 infections across 40 states, says the CDC. Demanding a transparent investigation in the family of the Mississippi teen whose body was found off of Barrier Island. Nolan Wells was last seen July 4th celebrating the holiday with friends. A royal source confirms to ABC News that for the first time in 4 years, Britain's King Charles and Camilla met today with Meghan and Harry and the grandkids. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Firefighters say 15 people are displaced after a 3-alarm fire in Waterbury on Thursday evening. The fire broke out around 6 p.m. on South Main Street and required roughly 55 Waterbury firefighters to extinguish it. One firefighter was hospitalized for minor injuries and another reportedly fell through a floor but is okay. The building, which hosts both residential and commercial units, is considered a total loss. Several businesses, including a popular Spanish restaurant, were destroyed, but firefighters were able to contain the blaze to just one building. The cause is under investigation. The Connecticut Department of Children and Families says it was victimized by a phishing scam. The department said some confidential records may have been leaked. The department said that they believe the attacker or attackers downloaded emails from 2 accounts belonging to DCF workers. The attack was launched through an external phishing email sent to employees on May 20th. The incident is under investigation. This weekend marks the first ever Connecticut Citizens Assembly on property taxes. A diverse, randomly selected group of Connecticut residents will start having informed, considerate dialogue on one of the state's most important public policy issues, property taxes. The assembly will meet this Saturday, July 11th, marking the beginning of a 3-month civic engagement process that will culminate in recommendations for policymakers regarding property taxes ahead of the 2027 legislative session. Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott is receiving approval for a $3.7 million grant for his campaign. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in the Democratic primary set for August 11th. Elliott's new television ad campaign launches next week. The grant represents a 10-time increase on what Elliott has spent so far during the campaign.
Well, you got to be smart with money, you know, especially if we're going to be winning this thing. We have to be using a taxpayer dollar as well. And I'm just showing by what I do over the course of this campaign, what I'll be doing once I'm actually in office.
The public grant was approved by the State Elections Enforcement Commission on Thursday, while Lamont is choosing to largely self-fund his campaign for a third term. Attorney General William Tong has joined a bipartisan coalition of 49 state attorneys general urging the Federal Communications Commission to strengthen rules aimed at stopping illegal robocalls. The coalition wants tougher requirements for companies that buy and sell phone numbers, regular reporting to help law enforcement trace scam calls, and a ban on number cycling, a tactic scammers use to rotate through legitimate phone numbers to avoid detection. Tong says billions of robocalls continue to get through spam filters each year, costing Americans billions of dollars in fraud losses, and is calling for stronger federal action to better protect consumers.
Last year across this country, we got 30 billion scam calls, and Americans lost more than $2 billion, and I bet that's a serious undercount. So we need the FCC to work harder.
Connecticut Special Olympics athletes brought home 16 medals from the USA Games this year. The events were held in late June in the Twin Cities. Athletes from the Constitution State won 3 bronze, 5 silver, and 8 gold medals. They competed in bowling, swimming, track and field, unified basketball, and unified softball. And the Connecticut Sun are returning to the court tonight. The Sun will host the Golden State Valkyries at the Mohegan Sun Arena at 7:30 p.m. Connecticut is 5-17 this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound accident exit 2, stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County on 95 north, plan on 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. The crawl starts as you come out of Stamford. New Haven, 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf and going into West Haven. Coming back northbound, an accident reported, exits 39A and B. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower, a thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Am I right? Right, Chris? I'm right on that, right? See? There you go. What are you talking about? I can't tell you, although I know you would you'd like it. But it's just me being me. Hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. In case you're just joining us, I'm talking about something that is going to start here in Connecticut. I'm telling you this, and this is why I'm talking about it today. Some people saying, "Hey, what's up with this?" Oh, trust me, it's going to start. And it is going to be the vandalizing of license plate reader cameras. These are not the speed cameras that we're seeing be controversial in Greenwich and Milford and Fairfield and all around the 8 great counties of Connecticut, from small little towns like Washington, Connecticut, through other municipalities. We're not talking about those speed cameras. We're not talking about the stoplight cameras, which, amen, I'm even more in favor of those than I am the speed cameras, but that's another discussion for another day, whatever. And I'm not talking about the stop sign cameras or whatever, but I am talking freely and openly here about license plate readers. And these are the plate scanners that 30 to 40 of the state's 169 cities and towns openly, well, maybe not so openly, but they admit there is some use. They're not saying, where they are. And some cities and towns are now backing off this, saying we don't like being surveilled. And that's the core question I'm talking about here on a Friday at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Over 40 Connecticut municipalities and even some retail locations, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, use Flock automated license plate readers to track vehicles. What are your thoughts on that? Now, at this point, I'm okay with this. I'm a big law and order guy. I am. I mean, you look at me, you look at my chiseled physique, and you say to yourself, you say to yourself, law and order. You say, hey, boy, there's the guy I'd want as my wingman. Or my wing guy. Not. And the cops openly say those who, admit to their cities or towns having these systems, saying, hey, we know that there's controversy about this. We know there may be some abuse in other departments, not us. But there is a scenario here, the cops are saying, where they have solved stolen car cases with these things. They have solved kidnappings with these things. They have solved drug dealing with these things. But some people don't like it. And again, the reason I'm bringing this up, and it was a good question asked by somebody earlier, why this topic today? Because you watch, I'm telling you. I don't know when it'll exactly happen. I'm guessing within the next month, unless it already has happened and they're keeping it shush-shush. You're going to see these plate scanners in Connecticut start to be vandalized. And then that's when the big mother lode of a question is going to be asked here. Whose side are you on? Are you on the side of police or law enforcement? With maybe some caveats to say, hey, okay, if you're going to use these, who are you sharing this info with? So listen, you can very easily have your doubts about this, but you shouldn't vandalize them. Or you can be on the other side here and say, hey, we don't care what no good, lousy, stinking, rotten guarantees you give us because we don't believe it, so we're going to trash the cameras as well. And if you're doing that, you're an idiot. Now, you can petition the General Assembly. You can go to your police commission meetings in your city or town. You can go to your mayor's office, first selectman, first select person, first select women, get all the genders in there. You can do that. Nothing at all wrong with that. But you watch the lefties here in the state, and some hardcore conservatives too. This is an issue. If you read about this online, this is one of those weird issues that joins the progressive left at the hip with the conservative right. But where do you stand on this? Do you care? Now, you may be upset with the speed cameras. You may be upset with the red light cameras. You may be upset with the stop sign cameras, whatever. These things scan your license plates. Does that bother you? Does that bother you at all? At the present time, it does not bother me, but I'm just me. You're you, and you can tell me what you think to me and everybody else right here on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Fish On, the Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth. Driven by Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, August 29th and 30th. Fish Long Island Sound, land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win or fish for fun. To register, go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Little Pub and the Fisherman, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound accident, exit 2, stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County on 95 north, plan on 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. The crawl starts as you come out of Stanford. New Haven, 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf and going into West Haven. Coming back northbound, an accident reported, exits 39, A, and B. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight, and here is 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Bob in Trumbull is with us this afternoon. Bob, how are you, sir?
Oh, Reverend, a lot of information on today's sermon already.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The plate readers, what's interesting is, and I think we should have them, but what's interesting is when you were talking about if somebody was kidnapped and you were saying who, you said daughter, son, parents, grandparents. What's interesting is you didn't say wife.
Well, it's just... I neglected. No, I know. But of course, Bob, of course I put wives, significant others, husbands, boyfriends, girlfriends, same-sex partner, whatever.
Oh, now you do. Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway,
you
know why the Democrats don't like this surveillance stuff?
Well, I got to tell you, there's a lot of conservatives I'm reading, too. There's some, I don't want to name a name and give them, but there is a very popular right-wing conservative doing a video blog the other day, Bob, who said, I probably shouldn't tell you that you can damage these cameras with a laser pointer. So,
I don't like that. But the Democrats don't want it because they would get caught stuffing the ballot box.
You think? Yeah.
Well, that's why they don't like them. And some things on the news.
Yeah.
If you listen to the news.
Yeah.
Mexico is suing the U.S. because ICE shot one of their citizens.
Well, apparently now the original story, Bob, that ICE gave out is not quite panning out the way it should be, according to some eyewitnesses.
Yeah, okay. But Mexico is doing a suit because it's suing one of their citizens.
Yeah.
And which means they have jurisdiction over that citizen.
Interesting.
Which means anybody born here from that person or those should go away.
What's the key point in that case? Subject to the authority of, I think, is the line you're pointing out there. Yes.
And then the other thing is the measles.
Yeah.
It's the biggest outbreak in years.
Yeah.
That's because of all the illegals, too. They're coming in not vaccinated.
Could be, Bob, I thank you. Or it could be because of the idiots in this country that don't want to get vaccines. But Bob's got a point. But now that we're into the vaccine denial phase of things, I just don't get it. I can't take it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I was looking at this, and I'll tell you what this is right here in a moment. I was looking at a release from the White House. Yes, I get the releases. I get DNC, RNC. I get them all. I'm on all these mailing lists, email lists. And the Freedom 250 celebration, which was, of course, the national celebration for our 250th birthday, with a whole bunch of stuff going on and stuff that went on in D.C. and around the country. And, most states, I think 42 of the 50 states took part, even though they're not real Trump-loving states. But here in Connecticut, Governor Ned Lamont and everybody else, sadly, threw a tantrum. And they acted like little kids. And as much as I applaud the governor the way he does some stuff, especially with the budget here. Again, Governor, and I know you're listening, or at least some of your minions are disappointing. And why do I mention that again? Because I see these, I got this news release. The headline of the news release is that the Freedom 250 and the National Endowment for the Humanities announced the regional and national winners of the National American Heroes Student Art Contest. It was an official ceremony in D.C. The competition invited students to depict one of the 250 American heroes featured in the National Garden of American Heroes and do it through artwork and artistic statements. After reviewing more than 1,000 submissions from students across the country, the judges recognized outstanding artists at the state, regional, and national levels, celebrating creativity, historical reflection, and civic pride as America prepares to commemorate its 250th anniversary. And they gave awards on the elementary school level, the middle school level, the high school level, first, second, and third, runners-up. And I'm looking at all these states that partook. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado. There's some blue states. And just again, disappointing that we weren't there physically on the National Mall in D.C. So that's still a bad move there by Governor Lamont there. But at least His Excellency Governor Lamont, and I kid the governor, but at least we had some winners from Connecticut. So how about that? I'm scrolling down here, up and down, looking for the great state of Connecticut. We got it. Emma Marzullo won. Freedom Calling, honoring Laura Ingalls Wilder. I can't read all these, but see, if it was okay to have our kids partake in this, why couldn't the Connecticut Pavilion have been occupied on the National Mall there? Helena Ann Crowley, Man in Black, honoring Johnny Cash. How about that? These are all student artists from the great state of Connecticut. So, Governor, bad move there still, not allowing I think we were one of 6 or 8 blue states. I think there was maybe one red state involved, but mostly blue states who just didn't want to participate in the Great American Fair. I mean, and listen, even our pal Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media, hardly a conservative, called out the governor on this. Well, it's too much money. It's $100,000. Come on. Stop. Please, I'm begging you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, again, if you want to chime in on this, of course, the Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT, going to be up there. They never get pulled down. Thank you, people. I mentioned this earlier yesterday for hundreds of reactions and comments to our question of the day. But I'm telling you, you watch. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but I'm putting it, man, what did I say before I forgot? I'll say within a month. You're going to end up seeing probably at least one or a couple of these license plate scanners vandalized because it's happening all over the U.S. And then we have to ask ourselves, are we descending into some sort of anarchy? Now, there may be people who say, listen, the anarchy is coming from, it's George Orwell, it's 1984. They have no right to scan us as we drive. Well, is that true? And by the way, speaking of driving, a couple of people have texted in here saying how much they enjoy the same videos I do, the sovereign citizens. Oh, man, you got to love this. Tell you what, let's do traffic and weather together now, and then Dave in Brantford, he's up next on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound accident exit 2, stay to the left 2, get around it. Lower Fairfield County on 95 north, plan on 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. The crawl starts as you come out of Stamford. New Haven, 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf and going into West Haven. Coming back northbound, an accident reported, exits 39, A and B. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Identity theft can cost more than you think. Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $1 million for stolen funds, fees, and experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 30% off your first year with promo code BECK at LifeLock.com. 1-800-LifeLock, promo code BECK. LifeLock.com. Terms to apply.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And we go up to news with Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Paul, the last of the Little League games is tonight.
That's right. Yeah,
And, so there's, like a month off and the ball starts. On the comments on the license plate readers, for some reason my town had a choke point on Route 1 at a railroad underpass where there's no easy escape.
Yeah.
In the last month or two, they've had two interdepartment interdiction, probably looking for unregistered or stolen cars.
Yeah.
And there's like 8 cars all lined up, very East Berlin looking. They've got blackout windowed pickup trucks, the SUVs. They've got the Dodge Challengers.
Yeah, nice car.
They've got the local police that's just bristling with the plate reader stuff. Looks very Darth Vader-ish. And on all the escape routes farther up and down Route 1, you could notice that there's the chase cars. I'd say there was about 10 police cars altogether. So you figure maybe 20 guys who are on this particular mission.
Yeah.
Now, I am extremely pro-police, and I'd like more work for them. But unlike the old DMV, where they were actually looking for bald tires or headlights that are out or maybe missing a fender with all that sharp metal could hurt a pedestrian, it seems like they're only looking for finable offenses like registration that they can make money off of. And I don't really like the lack of DMV inspection and the heavy-duty militaristic approach. I talk to the local police all the time, and he didn't like my categorizing it. It looked like a gang tackle mission. And he said, it was a gang tackle mission. We were enforcing the registration law.
Yeah, there you go. Well, hey, Dave. At least you didn't call them. At least you didn't call them.
Very heavy-handed.
At least you didn't. At least you didn't call them. At least you didn't call them the Stasi. They would have loved it.
I absolutely would. I'm extremely pro-police.
Yeah.
But, it just looked very heavy-handed. Thanks for letting me.
Thanks, Dave. Enjoy the final night of Little League out there. Yeah, hopefully the weather holds up. Yeah. All right, good stuff here. We're going to shift gears coming back. A lot of more stuff, although Chris Williams will enlighten us with some of the responses we got to our Facebook question of the day at facebook.com/voice of CT. What are your thoughts about these license plate readers or scanners, right? What do you think? They want to scan my plate a few times a day? Whatever. I'm not and listen, if anything nefarious ever happened to me, maybe, my son or his mom could sit down with the police and say, hey, do you have any idea where his vehicle was? And they'd be able to put my plate in, which is Connecticut registration. No. I'm not telling you what it is. And construct maybe where I traverse that merry day whenever. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. It's over for the moment, the several days-long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist. Prosecutors aim to show they have enough evidence against Tyler Robinson to go to trial. ABC News legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer.
There's a lot of evidence being presented that you don't necessarily need to prove their case at this threshold. Namely, I would talk about the video with Twig, Tyler Robinson's romantic partner. We don't typically see those, but the prosecution is putting out a very strong case, I think not just for the judge, but also for the public to show what kind of evidence they have against Tyler Robinson.
The hearing will resume September 1st for final arguments. The break is for attorneys to write legal briefs. Demanding a transparent investigation, the family of the Mississippi teen whose body was found off of Barrier Island. Nolan Wells was last seen on July 4th celebrating the holiday with friends. Wells' mother.
We just want to know. We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home.
The family's attorney says Wells' friends took his phone when they left Horn Island. Mexican officials say they will file criminal complaints over deaths of its citizens in ICE custody or as part of immigration enforcement. This after the fatal shooting of a Mexican national by federal agents in Houston claiming self-defense. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
The Washington Post now reporting migrants who were in the car with Salgado Araujo, through statements given to their lawyer, dispute key parts of ICE's narrative. One writing, it is impossible for them to say that they were going to get run over. There were no officers in front of or behind the vehicle. They were on the sides.
The Department of Homeland Security admits that he was not the intended target. A royal source tells ABC News that for the first time in 4 years, Britain's King Charles and Camilla saw their grandkids as they also met today with Meghan and Harry. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
At least 31 states are reporting cases of a single-cell parasite stomach bug that causes frequent and long-lasting diarrhea. This does not necessarily mean all the stomach bug cases are related to the same source. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
Part of the issue is the lag time. When you get infected, it can be up to 2 weeks before you see symptoms, so it's hard for people to then backtrack and figure out where the source was.
No product or brand has been identified yet as a suspected source of the stomach bug, but sometimes it's fresh produce. The U.S. is on pace to break its own measles record for the second year in a row. There have been over 2,200 reported infections across 40 states, says the CDC. A wildfire in southern Spain overnight killed at least 12 people, 8 people injured, 23 others missing. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge.
Europe is really warming year on year, faster than any other continent. Wildfire conditions are perfect, sadly. It's very, very dry out there. There are high winds at times. We've had multiple wildfires across France. Now wildfires in Spain, turning deadly. And we're pretty early in the season. And compared to previous seasons, much larger areas have already been burned.
A scary mid-air incident on board a Ryanair flight in Europe. A portion of the plane's fuselage came apart. Debris bursting through the side of the engine, hitting the fuselage, causing a window panel to dislodge. Passenger closest to the window was taken to the hospital. Nobody else hurt. Happened shortly after takeoff. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Camden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott is receiving approval for a $3.7 million grant for his campaign. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in the Democratic primary set for August 11th. Elliott's new television ad campaign launches next week. The grant represents a 10-time increase on what Elliott has spent so far during the campaign.
Well, you got to be smart with money, especially if we're going to be winning this thing. We have to be using the taxpayer dollar as well. And I'm just showing by what I do over the course of this campaign, what I'll be doing once I'm actually in office.
The public grant was approved by the State Elections Enforcement Commission on Thursday, while Lamont is choosing to largely self-fund his campaign for a third term. And the Connecticut Sun are returning to the court tonight. The Sun will host the Golden State Valkyries at the Mohegan Sun Arena tonight at 7:30. Connecticut is 5-17 this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident remains. Exit 2 has things backed up past the Super 7 on 95 north in Milford. Accident exit 39A and B in the center lane and has things backing up through Milford. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit better. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Here is 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid 80s. Sunday sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, hour number 3. Yes, let me see, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Yes, 4 to 5 here on a Friday. By the way, the office staff, they're gone. See you later. So it's Chris, I think it's just you and I in the building here. I'm not too sure. But we will hold the fort down, as we say, for the rest of this magnificent program. 2 hours to go till 6 at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Folks, I'm telling you, it's coming. It may not be today, tonight, or tomorrow, but you are going to start to see these license plate readers in the state, not the speed cameras, not the red light cameras, not the stop sign cameras. We're talking about the plate readers operated by Flock. 30 to 40 cities and towns use them with their police forces. They're going to start to be vandalized because it's only a matter of time. And somebody will do it in the middle of the night, or somebody, there's already how-tos online, how to blind and destroy the video part of the system with different wavelengths of lasers. And then people will say, geez, Paul, you were right on this. Well, how can you not be? How can you not be? Because we have everybody thinking they can use their Google University law degree and out-argue, courts who have said, no, video surveillance, stuff like this, it's largely okay. But maybe there is going to be a mass reversal of this. I don't know. You tell me. But our question of the day on Facebook.com/voice of CT. Pretty elementary one. Dozens of Connecticut municipalities and retailers, too. Remember the story we had a couple of months ago about, Lowe's and Home Depot, I think on Route 34, Derby Avenue in the Valley? They use them too. They're using these Flock automated license plate readers to track vehicles. What are your thoughts on this? Do you care that your plate is being scanned and you may not know it? Now, people are starting to recognize what these things look like. So obviously, oh, there it is. And if it's a camera with no sign in front of it that says, hey, remote speed enforcement, you can pretty much, by using logic, say, that may be a plate reader. So what do you think? Frankly, at this point, if they scan my plate a few times during the day, it may help people find me if I run into some ne'er-do-wells. Chris Williams has been looking at the answers we have today. Chris, what do you have for us?
Besides from the obvious Fourth Amendment violations, a number of these cameras are owned by companies that are collecting and selling our information, Cynthia says, which irritates me. So, yeah, going to do what I can to fight them. Chuck is not pleased. If he's the subject of a legal investigation, then fine, track me, but otherwise leave me and my comings and goings alone. It's starting to look like China in Connecticut from Ilana. Unconstitutional, John says. And Ron wants to know if these are the same municipalities that don't want voter ID.
Well, that's there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah. According to what AI just told me, many license plate camera companies collect and monetize vehicle location data. How about that? Vigilante Solutions. There's a pretty good name. Boy, I got to tell you, what are their Christmas parties like, huh? Vigilante Solutions, owned by Motorola and DRN Data, maintain commercial networks and sell access to massive databases. How about that? Here's another question. Can somebody get your information from a license plate? Federal law strictly protects your plate information. The Driver's Privacy Protection Act makes it illegal for the general public to access personal details based on a license plate. Do license plate readers record? For example, here, the California Highway Patrol retains data from plate readers for no more than 60 days, unless, and this is what I had mentioned to a caller earlier, unless it's being used to investigate felony cases. And, of course, how to defeat a license plate camera. We're not going to go into that. No. One thing we don't do here on the big program is anything connected to vandalism, because I am certainly not a what you would, and I think Chris would agree with this, I don't consider myself a vandalism kind of guy.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens Ford of Milford, is August 28th and 29th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to reel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
The Bridgeport and Port Jefferson Ferry, your marine highway connecting Connecticut and Long Island, New York. They break the sound barrier for you and your car. PortJeffFerry.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident remains. Exit 2 has things backed up past the Super 7 on 95 north in Milford. Accident exit 39A and B in the center lane and has things backing up through Milford. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit better. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Max Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut for 100 years.
Yeah, and apparently a state that a whole lot of people love, but even though they love the state of Connecticut, they may want to get the heck out. We had that the University of New Hampshire nutmeg poll released a few days ago. In this story, on that poll, 84% of Connecticut residents say the state is unaffordable. 40% are likely to move. That is startling. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised at that, or should be. I'll ask this guy, our pal Mark Fitch from the Connecticut Inside Investigator. Check him out. All the great work he and his staff do. InsideInvestigator.org. Hey, Mark. Good afternoon, man. How are you?
I'm doing good, Paul. And no, you should not be surprised.
Yeah, that you know, Mark. Yeah, the 84% doesn't surprise me, but. I thought, are you likely to move? I thought it would be 20, 25, 30%. I mean, you talk about an indictment, Mark, of a place that all in all, I think is a great place to grow up and live and work. But when 40% say they're likely to leave, how does that not make the legislature and the business community go, we have a big problem here?
Well, because it traditionally hasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Into any action. Well, I mean, see, here's the, everybody knows, the state is a high cost of living state. It's pretty unaffordable. That's kind of baked in. But the 40%, while it looks shocking, I've been kind of covering these types of, issues and polls for a long time. It's pretty much the same every time they run these kind of questions. You always have this group of people, it's about, 4 out of 10 saying that, hey, yeah, I need to get out of here in the next 5 years. And there could be a variety of reasons for that. But the reasons cited most in this poll was the cost of living and housing and things like that. And yeah, as everything goes up in price, some people are going to have to jump ship at some point.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't expect it to spur lawmakers to action because traditionally it has not.
yeah, and Mark, let's be frank here. A lot of them, whether they come up with a cure for the common cold or do nothing at all, it's the power of incumbency. And you and I have seen all these news conferences, all these blue ribbon, red ribbon, and whatever ribbon commissions put together. And in the end, Mark, it's unfortunate too. I don't say this on the show all the time to be a creep, but what really ever changes around here? Nothing, really, nothing.
Yeah. No, it can be very frustrating because, even if let's say they do something where they kind of lower costs a little bit. I mean, for instance, the public benefits charge on electric bills dropped down. It dropped down a little bit, but that doesn't make up for the difference of everything else going up even more. It's like, all right, you cut taxes for, Lamont. He cut taxes a little bit for the working and middle class, but does it really make a difference when everything else is going up? It's like all you do is kind of slow the upward progression a little bit. I don't know what it takes to actually, kind of put the brakes on, but nothing has really seemed to change. And, we're in an era of budget surpluses, which is great. And we're not having to deal with like the constant threat of tax increases. But with the budget surplus, we've paid off a lot of bills and we're saving a lot of money in the budget, but it's all getting spent anyway. So it's not like it's coming back to the taxpayer in any, real noticeable way.
And it's not, Mark Fitch, like the price that people can get for a home here in the state is cratering. I mean, if anything else, no. I mean, I think I saw it's around $300,000+, and a lot of these people are making that on homes that they either bought or got from their parents or grandparents that originally were $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 homes. So, Mark, I always say on the show here, people can cry and moan about inaffordability and whatever. All right, show me the first person who's sincere about that, but won't take an extra $50,000 on their house if they get the chance to, because we all will. It's a human condition. We all do it.
Yeah, and everybody who's sitting there like, oh, this place is unaffordable. They don't want their property, values to go down.
Yeah.
So the scarcity, improves value and things like that. So, yeah, it's. I think it's a lot of people are left in a catch-22, where it's like I don't want to lose my value, but I want everybody else to kind of lose theirs.
I like that. You have another story here that's interesting, and I've talked about this on the show with various people and with you and other folks over the years. Something called RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And you contend, and I don't doubt your findings here, that and other hidden costs in electric bills have risen over 900%. How do you get that number? Talk about that.
Oh, well, it's published on RGGI's website. Like I didn't just like grab it out of the air.
Yeah.
So when RGGI first started running, just so people know, RGGI auctions off carbon allowances that fossil fuel energy producers in Connecticut have to buy in order to sell the energy they produce.
Yeah.
So when RGGI first started back in 2008, the clearing price for a carbon allowance was like a little over $3.
Yeah.
The last one that they just ran, the clearing price was $35.
Wow.
So you can't tell me that doesn't increase the price. And we know it does because, after I'd finished writing that story that you're referencing, I did some more research and I came across ISO New England, and they actually calculated like how much the auctions were driving up energy rates in New England. And so there is an absolute noticeable effect. And it's downstream, our utility companies have to purchase the energy from these energy producers, and the RGGI costs are baked into those energy producers. It all just gets passed down to the consumer. But yeah, and Connecticut has lowered the number of allowances that it puts up for auction from, I think it was like 10 million down to like 4 million. And so as you create that scarcity and as you drive up those auction costs, those are going to be passed on to the consumer. There's just no other way around it.
And Mark Fitch, the frustrating thing is that when you write your stories about this, and I have you on, or I talk about an article in the news like your great story here that emphasizes this, I'm sure you hear this too. I hear this on the air and on social media. Hey, I didn't know about that. When did that happen? And again, it's very Connecticut. It's very, it's got to be frustrating to people who just harken back to the day, Mark, and it wasn't all that long ago when your electric bill came, you paid the company, whether it was UI or back when it was CL&P or whatever, and a lot of this stuff was not baked in, and all these different charges. You know, Mark, it's like when they broke up the phone company. Oh, that'll do wonders. Well, has it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, it's a lot of lawmakers and politicians and bureaucrats and things like that. You know, they see these auctions. It's a revenue generating thing. You know,
Sure.
like it sends well over $100 million to the state every single year. Now that doesn't go to your consumers, your taxpayers. That goes to fund essentially environmental things or like energy efficiency programs or electric vehicle rebates. I mean, this is where the money is going. And, Virginia, for instance, which I referenced in the story, they left Reggie for a little while and now they're going back in. And because they recognize that going back in is going to jack up people's electric bill, they're basically taking half the auction proceeds and adding that as a credit to people's electric bills going forward.
There you go.
I mean, yeah, there's one way to do it, I guess. But in the end, I mean, we're not, obviously not getting that in Connecticut.
No.
And the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is going to have a public hearing on July 23rd to determine whether or not they want to lower the number of auctioned off allowances further.
Even more.
So,
Great.
More. Yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous. Hidden cost in Connecticut electric bills has risen more than 900%. Another great story. Mark Fitch, check it out, insideinvestigator.org. And Mark, as always, we thank you for the time, my friend. Take care and be careful.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Fitch. There you go, folks. Carbon offsets up 900%. Folks, what do I tell you all the time? Nothing in Connecticut ever changes.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound accident remains. Exit 2 has things backed up past the Super 7 on 95 North in Milford. Accident exit 39A and B in the center lane and has things backing up through Milford. Lower Fairfield County 95 North, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little bit better. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America. official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, yesterday we told you that Connecticut has improved in one major business ranking for Wallet Hub. Well, we now have one that says we ain't doing so good.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. With the verdict on Main Street about the economy mixed, depending on who you ask, on Wall Street, by comparison, the major indexes closed higher. The S&P 500 index's fourth winning week in the last 5. Where storms have caused flooding, emergency responders are looking for 10 to 17 people in the water after a building collapsed at a campground in Missouri, according to local officials. ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z.
In Iron and Reynolds County, Missouri, they've got people needing rescue at campgrounds. They've had 6 to 10 inches of rainfall in just a couple of hours.
Machinery with hoses can be seen at the reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington. No confirmation if it's to drain the pool. The several days long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, is over until September 1st. Prosecutors aim to show that they have enough evidence against Tyler Robinson to go to trial. This is ABC News.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Attorney General William Tong has joined a bipartisan coalition of 49 state attorneys general, urging the Federal Communications Commission to strengthen rules aimed at stopping illegal robocalls. The coalition wants tougher requirements for companies that buy and sell phone numbers, regular reporting to help law enforcement trace scam calls, and a ban on number cycling, a tactic scammers use to rotate through legitimate phone numbers to avoid detection. Tong says billions of robocalls continue to get through spam filters each year, costing Americans billions of dollars in fraud losses, and is calling for stronger federal action to better protect consumers.
Last year across this country, we got 30 billion scam calls, and Americans lost more than $2 billion, and I bet that's a serious undercount. So we need the FCC to work harder.
The Connecticut Department of Children and Families says it was victimized by a phishing scam. The department said some confidential records may have been leaked. DCF believes the attacker or attackers downloaded emails from 2 accounts belonging to DCF workers. The attack was launched through an external phishing email sent to employees on May 20th. The incident is under investigation. The Better Business Bureau has launched a new online scam tracker heat map designed to help Connecticut residents stay one step ahead of fraud. The interactive tool lets users view scam reports by location, identify trends, and see the types of scams being reported most often in their area. Kristen Johnson from the Better Business Bureau told WFSB Channel 3 that the goal is to help consumers recognize fraud before they become victims, while encouraging anyone who encounters a scam to report it so others can be warned.
And you can look at all the different scam types and what's most common, what's happening right now. So online purchase scams are the most common, followed by phishing and employment scams. You can go down the list, and then you can actually open up the report, and you can see how much people are losing. Take a closer look at the name of the scammer, the name of their business, the email address they're using.
The free tool is available through the BBB's Scam Tracker website and updates as new reports are submitted. A group of past and present Yale students is mobilizing to prevent a settlement with the DOJ. The group organized a phone bank on Tuesday in order to find people who opposed a potential settlement after the DOJ accused the school of considering race in admissions for its medical school. The group is concerned that any potential settlement will come at the cost of safety to international students and the school's academic freedom. The group says that other settlements made by Northwestern and Columbia are reasons for concern. A New York Times article published in June indicated Yale could settle with the DOJ soon. And the Connecticut Special Olympics athletes brought home 16 medals from the USA Games this year. The events were held in late June in the Twin Cities. Athletes from the Constitution State won 3 bronze, 5 silver, and 8 gold medals. They competed in bowling, swimming, track and field, unified basketball, and unified softball. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident remains. Exit 2 has things backed up past the Super 7 on 95 North in Milford. Accident exit 39A and B in the center lane and has things backing up through Milford. Lower Fairfield County 95 North, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit better. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower at thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's a lot happening around the world. Tell Paul how it impacts you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty then. Good to have you and you over there in the corner with us. Yes, yes, yes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Allstate Insurance. Now, again, they put this stuff out, so I'll mention it on the air like all the other lemming talk show hosts do when we need show content here, but I'll tell you why I'm mentioning this. Revealing the safest and riskiest driving cities. The 10 safest cities for drivers, this according to the Good Hands people at Allstate. Top to bottom, number 1 through number 10, Brownsville, Texas. Number 1, Fort Collins, Colorado. Number 2, Boise, Idaho. 3, Laredo, Texas at 4, Cary, North Carolina at 5, followed by Madison, Wisconsin, McAllen, Texas, Colorado Springs, Colorado, Eugene, Oregon, and Olathe, Kansas. The riskiest cities for drivers. We'll do this 10-1. Philly, L.A., Sunrise Manor, Nevada, Providence, Glendale, California, Springfield, Mass. Here we go. Are you detecting a pattern here? Ready? Number 5 to number 1. Springfield, Mass, Worcester, Mass, Baltimore, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Boston, Mass. Massachusetts drivers are the absolute worst on the planet. I love the state. I went to BU. I still have friends in Massachusetts. Get back there once every 3 and 4 years, maybe for a Red Sox game or to go do a college hockey game or something up there. But come on. 3 of the top 5 cities, Boston, Worcester, and Springfield. What a shock. What a shock. Now, the real reason I'm reading this, and it has to do with, yes, our beloved hometown city of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Yes. Even the folks at Allstate can recognize this. Bridgeport, not exactly the safest place here. Speeding varies by market. You ready for this? Bridgeport, Connecticut has the highest levels of speeding in the country. Did you hear that? Hello? Did you hear that? Bridgeport, Connecticut, the port, has the highest levels of speeding, followed by Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Chicago, and 3 cities in Alabama, Mobile, Birmingham, and Huntsville. Now, of course, Allstate says slow down because the faster you're going, the less reaction time you have. But how about that? How about a hand for... Hey, Mr. Producer there, Chris, can we officially have the applause, please? Why don't you just fire that sucker up whenever you... I know he was busy and everything, and I should have cued him into this. But anytime you want to fire the applause for our home city, at least generally in the air. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Because Walt Andrus used to sing Bridgeport Town. Yes, remember Walt? Bridgeport, Connecticut has the highest levels of speeding, followed by Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Chicago, and 3 cities in Alabama, Mobile, Birmingham, and Huntsville. So there you go. That's why I read this thing. If only to mention the beautiful city of Bridgeport there, leading the nation in speeding. Allstate Insurance. Go to allstate.com/best-drivers. Boston, the worst drivers in America. The 10 riskiest cities for drivers. Yes! I found that out 5 minutes after I got to BU. I'm looking at my friends going, holy crap, look at these people. Top 5, Boston, D.C., Baltimore, Worcester. Melissa's husband listening? Worcester and Springfield. Jeez. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks rallied today, but only modestly so. It was a relatively quiet day as the Dow and the Nasdaq matched percentage gains today. The S&P outperformed a little bit. Technology lending a hand on the upside. The likes of NVIDIA and Meta doing better. SK Hynix, the South Korean computer chip maker, up about 12.5%. But SpaceX fell 4.5% to $145. That is below the first price at which it traded when it came public. Elon Musk walked away from or canceled an appearance planned for CNBC, his first interview after SpaceX went public. No explanation. The Dow gained 149 points today to 52,637. S&P up 31, up 1% on the week to 75.75. NASDAQ up 74 3/4 points to 26,281. Oil down 51 cents to 71.56 a barrel. Despite the president saying the ceasefire is off, the U.S. and Iran are resuming talks in some fashion. 10-year note yields holding steady at 4.56%. The dollar was flat. Gold and silver sold off again today.
That'll be 84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, pair of crashes, exit 17 and exit 19. On the Upper Merritt southbound, an accident on the Sikorsky Bridge. That's in the right shoulder. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and again, I don't sit here every day from 2 to 6 meaning to pound on our wonderful state of Connecticut, and I love it. Really, I do. But another listing coming out today. Now, yesterday in the listing that we used from Wallet Hub, I think it was. No, Wallet Hub was something different we did yesterday. But that was the most educated metro areas in the country. And Bridgeport, Stamford, Norwalk was, I think, number 14 in the country. Greater New Haven did well, and Greater Hartford did well. But the state's business climate was up a bit to number 23, which is good. But again, just for us regular folk, it's not good. CNBC, how about this? America's most expensive states for 2026. Number 1 should not be too much of a surprise, California. Number 2, this kind of surprises me here. Number 1, California. Number 2, Colorado. Number 3, Florida. Number 4, Hawaii. Number 5, Rhode Island. Number 6, Oregon. Number 7, Connecticut. And just to round out the top 10, number 8, Washington State. Number 9, New York. And number 10, Illinois. So Connecticut, by some measures, is actually more expensive than Illinois and New York. So what numbers are they using here? Connecticut's cost of living score gives it a D. D is in dopey, as the way CNBC talks about it here. The average rent for, what do you think the average rent? Don't cheat now. What do you think the average rent is here in Connecticut for a 3-bedroom home? Not a condo, not an apartment, not a townhouse. Think about that. If you call me, I'll chat with you on it. I have nothing to give you. So this is not a contest. They still, after like 7 years here at the wonderful Connoisseur Media, I still don't have a key to the prize closet. But having said all that, I have nothing to give you if you answer correctly. The monthly energy bill here in the great state of Connecticut, you know what it is on average? $340. Yikes. How about that? A dozen of eggs here in the state averages $5.30 so far this year. A loaf of bread, man's subsistence, a loaf of bread, $4.38 here in Connecticut. All right, time's up. The average rent for a 3-bedroom home here in the state of Connecticut, $3,226 a month. It's got to be smarter to buy, doesn't it? Well, maybe with the prices the way they are now, I don't know. So again, just to recap here, Connecticut not doing too well on this list. The most expensive state, California. Number 2, Colorado. Number 3, Florida. Number 4, Hawaii. And number 5, Rhode Island. Number 6, Oregon. Number 7, Connecticut. Number 8, Washington State. Number 9, New York. And number 10, Illinois. And, of course, Hawaii way out in front regarding their average energy costs. You know what the monthly energy bill in Hawaii? Monthly. As in, like, you got to pay this 12 times a year. $556. The average rent is $3,800. The average home price in Honolulu is $1.6 million. Oh, God. And you know what? It's numbers like this. Now, I'm not any sort of, and by the way, you want to chime in on any or all of this, come on in. The water's fine. We're just kicking it around here late in the work week on a Friday at 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. But this is the kind of thing that fuels this new progressive left that says, hey, these prices are ridiculous. I'm not meaning me, but you have people and, young people getting involved in politics, which is wonderful, whether it's all across the U.S. or any of our great 50 states or here in Connecticut, whatever, or any of our territories. Can you blame young people if they don't feel able to reach and to attain what they want? I mean, what about if somebody looks at this and says, hey, I'd love to live in Hawaii, and then they see that they're going to have to fork over almost $600 a month for fuel, utility costs. And what must the taxes be there? Oh, my God. By the way, I just saw this. In Oregon, a dozen of eggs is $2.96. Why is it $5 and change in Connecticut? This can't be right. Has anybody bought eggs lately? No, seriously. Let me know now. Call me. What did you pay for eggs? Because according to this, and this may be wrong here, a dozen of eggs, for example, in California is $2.96. All right, that sounds reasonable. Eggs in Colorado, $2.97. Eggs in Florida, $3.92. Eggs in Hawaii. Well, everything is more in Hawaii because they got to fly everything out there. They have to bring it in by a boat. Eggs in Hawaii, $7.49. Eggs in Rhode Island with that funny accent. Eggs in Rhode Island, $4.83. Eggs in Connecticut, $5.30? This can't be right. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't bought the only eggs I end up buying are, the coffee places or the drive-through. Scrambled on a hash brown. There you go, right? And don't we have chicken farms around here? I don't know. And then you go back down, Washington State, eggs are only $2.96. But anyway, the big thing, of course, is something that's never going to be fixed. And that, of course, includes the prices we pay for power. Jimmy in Stratford is here at 5 before. Jimmy, how are you, buddy? What's up?
Oh, I woke up again today. My brother, I am doing great.
Yeah?
And listen, today I was in Price Right across from the canteen in Bridgeport.
All right.
They had eggs on sale, 2 dozen for $1, 50 cents a dozen.
Oh, come on. Get out of here.
I swear on my mother's soul.
So what were they?
Listen, my brother.
So what were they doing? Just a loss leader to get in the store?
No. It was an unadvertised special.
Oh.
I went in there for other things. I drive a school bus in the morning, and I had a little break. So I went in there.
Nice.
Unbelievable. 50 cents a dozen.
Wow.
So I grabbed 2 dozen.
You're gonna
I had some eggs already in here.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna be rubbing. You're gonna be Jimmy. Thank you for the comment, man. Jimmy's gonna be rubbing those eggs all over, man. Crack them on his head and just. Jimmy, thanks. Hey, JR, hang on. We'll do this after traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, pair of crashes, exit 17 and exit 19. On the Upper Merritt southbound, an accident on the Sikorsky Bridge. That's in the right shoulder. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower, a thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information, visit talktheyhearyou.samhsa.gov.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, CNBC says eggs are like $5.50 a dozen in Connecticut. Is that true? I haven't bought eggs in a long time. JR is with us in Stamford. JR, what do you got? Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I bought eggs yesterday. I bought 2 dozen for a little over $4. And if I wanted the brown organic eggs, it was another $1.50.
Okay, so wait a minute. Was that $4 a dozen or combined for $4?
That was $4 for 2 dozen.
Oh, wow. Okay. All
so
right.
about $2.25 for a dozen eggs.
All right. Now maybe this is because it was the first quarter egg prices here that they're using. All right, maybe that's it. Did you buy?
Yeah,
did you buy any bacon?
That's way high.
Did you buy any bacon?
No, but I did notice that the bacon now, instead of selling you a pound, they sell you 12 ounces.
Oh, a little shrinkflation there is what we got going on, right, JR? Yeah. Little shrinkflation. All right, JR. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So JR says that he bought 2 dozen eggs. 2, count them. 2 mince and 1. JR says 2 dozen for $4. All right. So this, so shame on CNBC. They're saying $5.30, but of course that was the first quarter. Wasn't that another Trump thing with the egg prices? And they're eating the cats and the dogs. We still have that sound clip around here from our illustrious leader talking about immigrants and migrants eating cats and dogs. I thought that was great. Just for the sheer Not that eating a cat or a dog is great. Don't get me started. There's a million jokes right now. But it would get me suspended. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do it. Ain't can do. Wouldn't be prudent. Hey, coming up next hour, one of our favorites, Dr. Matthew Schmidt, international relations expert, University of New Haven. We'll talk to Matt coming up about what in the heck is going on in the Middle East, and is this thing with Iran ever going to end? And why is everybody in Europe not helping us? What might they be afraid of in their countries? I don't know. We're going to talk about that coming up.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Breaking news in a post on X, Graham Plattner shared his letter to the Maine Secretary of State's office, the Democrat officially withdrawing from the state Senate race. Plattner dogged by accusations of abuse from women, which he denies. More reaction to this week's fatal shooting of a Mexican national by a federal immigration officer in Houston, claiming self-defense. A man the Department of Homeland Security says was not the original target. Houston Mayor John Whitmire.
We're not settling to wait for an FBI report. For all we know, could take a year. We want answers.
The man's family disputes ICE claims that he used his vehicle to hit the unmarked car with federal agents inside. Mexican officials say they will file criminal complaints over deaths of its citizens in ICE custody or as part of immigration enforcement. The several days-long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, is over until September 1st. Prosecutors aim to show they have enough evidence against Tyler Robinson to go to trial. September 1st will be the final arguments. Until then, the lawyers will be working on their legal briefs. Where storms have caused flooding in the Midwest and East, emergency responders are looking for 10 to 17 people in the water after a building collapsed at a campground in Missouri, according to local officials. ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z.
In Iron and Reynolds County, Missouri, they've got people needing rescue at campgrounds. They've had 6 to 10 inches of rain fall in just a couple of hours. So what's happening here, we have training thunderstorms, meaning they're rolling over the exact same area over and over again. So if you've already had 6 to 10, and now you're going to try to add 3 to 5 inches, that's a big problem.
The European Union demanding Facebook parent company Meta dismantle features it says make Facebook and Instagram addictive to users. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
With a verdict on Main Street about the economy mixed, depending on who you ask. On Wall Street, by comparison, it's mostly smiles today. Major indexes closed higher. The S&P 500 index closed out its fourth winning week in the last 5. Despite renewed strikes in Iran, U.S. crude oil futures are trading essentially flat, a little over $71 a barrel. Machinery with hoses can be seen at the reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington. No confirmation if it's to drain the pool. Demanding a transparent investigation and an independent autopsy, the family of the Mississippi teenager whose body was found off of Barrier Island. Nolan Wells was last seen on July 4th, celebrating the holiday with friends out on a boat near Horn Island. At a briefing in New York with the family's attorney, Reverend Al Sharpton.
This does not smell right. So some people are saying, Reverend, are y'all bringing in race? Well, we're not bringing in race, but we're not discounting race either.
Wells' mother says it's suspicious that her son's cell phone showed no social media activity. Scary mid-air incident on board a Ryanair flight in Europe. A portion of the plane's fuselage came apart, causing a window panel to dislodge. The passenger closest to the window was taken to the hospital. Nobody else hurt. It happened shortly after takeoff when the flight was heading to Germany from Greece. Plane landed safely. A Greek aviation official says they think there was a massive rupture in the engine. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Firefighters say 15 people are displaced after a 3-alarm fire in Waterbury on Thursday evening. The fire broke out around 6 p.m. on South Main Street and required roughly 55 Waterbury firefighters to extinguish it. One firefighter was hospitalized for minor injuries, and another reportedly fell through a floor but is okay. The building, which hosts both residential and commercial units, is considered a total loss. Several businesses, including a popular Spanish restaurant, were destroyed, but firefighters contained the blaze to just one building. The cause is under investigation. A group of past and present Yale students is mobilizing to prevent a settlement with the DOJ. The group organized a phone bank on Tuesday in order to find people who opposed a potential settlement after the DOJ accused the school of considering race in admissions for its medical school. The group is concerned that any potential settlement will come at the cost of safety to international students and the school's academic freedom. The group says that other settlements made by Northwestern and Columbia are reasons for concern. A New York Times article published in June indicated Yale could settle with the DOJ soon. And the Connecticut Sun are returning to the court tonight. The Sun will host the Golden State Valkyries at the Mohegan Sun Arena tonight at 7:30. Connecticut is 5-17 this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, pair of crashes, exit 17 and exit 19. On the Upper Merritt southbound, an accident on the Sikorsky Bridge. That's in the right shoulder. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I got another 52 minutes or so to hit me up here at 203-333 at 9422-333 WICC. So I guess we have solved the great egg caper here. CNBC saying, hey, part of the reason Connecticut is so expensive to live in is because of eggs. And apparently, though, local eggs are a lot less than the eggs they surveyed back in the first quarter this year. So there you go. We got that going. In case you're just joining us, number one, hope you had a great day at work or at school, maybe summer classes or whatever, and you're heading out tonight to just get sloppy, spit-on drunk. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. If you're going out to get a drink, don't drive, Lyft, Uber, designated driver, get a limo, get a guy, get a girl, you know what I mean? Somebody who can drive for you. Get your mind out of the gutter here. Our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT, has to do with those license plate scanners. We're not talking about the speed cameras. We're not talking about the red light cameras or the stop sign cameras. We're talking about license plate readers. About 3 or 4 dozen Connecticut cities and towns and retail locations use automated license plate readers to track your vehicle. You okay with that? I am, because if they think they're going to find me doing anything criminal, they are going to be so bored, it ain't going to matter. I'm not an illegal, though. I'm not trafficking people. I'm not kidnapping anybody. So if they're looking for criminals, look other places, folks. 203-333-9422. More of your tax money is going to excessive overtime at one of the biggest. I got to be careful here because this is a place that does great, great work in this state, but every single budget year, they are a money rat hole. It is a vortex just swirling around the bowl every year. And again, this is another example of what I mean. Everybody talks a good game, but nothing changes. Well, who's spending all the money, Paul? I'll tell you momentarily. See, that's the art of the tease. You like that? Yeah. Bozzy's here. Look at that. Bozzy in Bridgeport. Steve, how are you?
I got to tell you, Paul. I got to tell you. You know where I'm from your idea about going and getting drunk and all of that. I think it's great. I love it. In fact, once I get rid of Hillary tonight, that's exactly what me and the boys are going to do.
Mr. President, sir, no.
I got one of my guys right here. Hold on a second. I think it's a great idea, Billy. You call me up, I'll get the new plane there in 15 minutes. I think it's great. And maybe we'll get Sammy out of the hey, man, let's do it. It'll be a new Rat Pack. You, me, Trumpy, and Billy. It's a different kind of thing.
Where am I? What is this, the Flamingo in 1958? What am I doing here? What are we doing, Bob?
Make the sun rise. I think he's great. He never should have been able to have to come into the back door. He should have went to the front.
Sprinkle. Hey, babe. Sprinkle it with dew.
Hey, man, for you cats down in front, man, and the Flamingo, you know. You and I. Okay, Frank, enough.
All right, easy, boss.
Doobie-doo.
You and I.
You listen to me, Mr. Potter. You listen to me. I'm going out drinking with Billy and Donnie. I'm going drinking. I'm going to take the old building and loan and turn it into
Whoa, what are we doing here? Boz, calm down, buddy.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, eggs. Don't be afraid of eggs. I eat about 3 or 4 a day. I eat real food. You want the eggs that are dark in the yolk.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are eating the mosquitoes and stuff. Don't be afraid of cholesterol. I just had my blood work, and I'm back to eating real food. I know you and I made a fortune in processed foods, but like I said to you before, I think the statute of limitations is off. So what I've learned over the last couple of, I'd say, 6 months due to different situations.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid of real food.
Yeah.
Real food is where it's at.
Yeah.
The eggs and so on, and cottage cheese and blueberries and intermittent fasting. And then I'm just going to jump and let the next person come in with the plates. Now, I was in the car hobby for a while. Now, you and I go back a ways. And back in the old days, the 2 plates looked good because there was so much front chrome bumper. They had a nice cutout for the plate.
Yeah.
But as cars got more and more aerodynamic, I had a show car, an 87 Thunderbird Turbo Coupe.
Yeah.
We only had the plate on the back.
Yeah.
Because that big plastic gunad, that buck tooth they put in the front of the cars today, it looks awful. I don't blame See, in the back, you got the trunk, so you still got the cutout. The plate fits nice, got the light over it. But in the front, it's like a buck tooth. It just doesn't look not like you look at a 67 Mustang, that cutout, and look at where the plate was on the old cars, the Impala, whatever. It was so low that if you tried to write it down, you'd have to be halfway on the floor to read it.
No, yeah. What year was your Thunderbird Turbo Coupe? What year was that?
1987 Ford Thunderbird Turbo, 39,000 original miles. It was a national show winner. It was showcased at Carlisle, the Ford National. I took first place in 2001.
Come on, look at you.
And then I was invited back. I was invited back in 2002. We were showcased in the T building. If there's any Ford National, if there's Carlisle people out there, they know exactly what I mean by the T building.
I'm looking at one. I'm looking at one right here, 1987 Ford Thunderbird Turbo Coupe. I see the little cutout you're talking about. This one is going for $9,000.
Yeah, mine went for much more. If you want to see my car, you go to Vanguard Motors, YouTube Vanguard, and type in 87 Turbo Coupe.
Yeah.
You'll see the underneath, the inside, the engine compartment, the guy drives it, and everything. So
we're going to have to check that out. I'm going to have to check that out.
Turbo Coupe, Vanguard Motors, YouTube.
Yeah.
You'll see it. They put it up on the lift. They show you the underneath. They show you the engine compartment. Yeah, it was a national show with it.
Nice.
I sold it for a lot more than $9,000.
Nice. Good for you. Hey, Boz, I got to run, brother. Thank you. Have a great, well, look at that. Who knew Boz? He was a car guy. I'm looking at it right now. Vanguard Motors. I got to check this out. Yeah. Scott, hang on. We'll be with you after we do this right here on WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is flying by. Don't miss any of these great shows coming to Connecticut. Wednesday, July 15th, Joe Jackson plays Stanford Center for the Arts. Friday, July 17th, don't miss Darius Rucker at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, July 18th, Adam Lambert takes over Mohegan Sun. Tuesday, July 21st, Ms. Lauryn Hill takes the stage at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Sunday, July 26th, Neo with Akon at Meadows Music Theater in Hartford. Thursday, July 30th, For King and Country marches into the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Sunday, August 2nd, Maya performs at Mohegan Sun. And Friday, August 7th, the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Don't miss the Fairfield University School of Graduate Studies around the region every weekday with Melissa in the morning. Melissa brings you the biggest news from Connecticut and around the region.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway accident reported exit 5 affecting both sides of the highway. 95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, and in New Haven 95 south crawling through Long Wharf and through Milford. Wilbur Cross all bunched up through North Haven and Hamden down to the tunnel. 84 eastbound busy as well through Newtown. I'm Natch Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, and not as humid. Low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greenwich's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Our buddy, our pal, Matthew Schmidt, University of New Haven, coming up on the other side to talk about what's going on in the Middle East. Is this thing with Iran ever going to end? Scott in Hamden joins us. Scott, good afternoon. How are you?
Yes, hi. Good, how are you?
You're on, buddy. What's up?
Yes, I tuned in a little late today. This new contraption, I don't know what you call it, that with the license plate, who uses it? What is it? How does it work? And, can you? I'm not.
Okay, these are called license plate scanners. So these are not the speed cameras. These are not the red light cameras. These are not the stop sign cameras. There are 30 to 40 municipalities in the state that have these things up and running. And what they do is they actually scan the license plates of every car that passes in front of them, usually in both directions. So it's a real-time database that law enforcement says it uses to solve crimes. Mainly, they're looking for plate numbers of stolen cars. But they also look for plate numbers of cars that could be involved in other crimes, stolen vehicles that may belong to drug traffickers. And the controversy here, though, is that this might be technically, if a court ever gets a hold of this, Scott, this actually might end up being a violation of the Fourth Amendment for an unreasonable search and seizure. But there are 3 or 4 dozen cities or towns in the state that are using these.
I see. So it could be abused.
Well, that's the fear, yeah. And again, we're getting stories now from across the country that there are some police officers who got in trouble in a couple of spots in the U.S. for finding out what their old girlfriends were doing or what their old boyfriends. In other words, you can put a plate in these things, a plate number in the system, and then if you drive past one of these plate scanners, it'll register.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm saying with old girlfriends or boyfriends, in other words.
So in other words, you had some police who have gotten in trouble by putting in plates that they want to they want to search for, and then there it is, he was over there. So in other words, this was not done to search out criminality. This was done to track somebody in their own lives. It hasn't happened a lot, but there's enough of it now to where it's starting to make news here.
I see.
Yeah. So what do you feel about this? So would you mind if your plate was scanned a couple of times a week, Scott?
If I'm a speeder or running a red light, that's different. But no, I would not. What have most of your callers responded to this?
The callers and the stuff online too on our question, they're very wary of it. They're worried that this, Scott, the scanning of license plates indiscriminately is just a growing part of what many people call a surveillance state.
Yeah, it's a little. It sounds an invasion of privacy to. Privacy is dead, but it really takes it a step further. I do not like it. No.
Yeah, but here's the question, and Scott, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. But here's the question though on this. What are you really private when you're on the road? See, that's what this comes down to. If you strip away the stuff that cops are doing and other people are doing that is patently not good. And again, this is not uber widespread, but there have been a couple of instances of this that have made national news. But is there, and this is the core of the argument here. If you are outside of your domicile, outside of your home or your condo or your A-frame or your townhouse, your apartment, your high-rise, whatever, and you choose to use a public road with a vehicle that you must, under the laws of every state, have insurance for, so you're in a database there, have publicly registered, so you're in a database there, and you choose to drive it in public, is it a violation then of the Constitution to have law enforcement scanners, in a sense, watching you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. See, that's the rub. The rub here is that the critics of this say this is a step beyond just having a cop there with his or her lights on, and people will naturally slow down, and the cop is just watching the flow of traffic. In other words, he's not sitting there jotting down every license plate number that scoots past him, which is an impossibility for a human. So this is where the idea of, again, a loss of privacy, a violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, this is where all this takes place. What are your thoughts on that? Are you concerned, or are you of kind of my ilk on this right now? Where, all right, it is where it is right now. You want to scan me a couple of 3 times a day, whatever. But if this gets to any higher level, nah, I don't think so. Traffic and weather together right here. It's a Friday on the home stretch at WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway accident reported exit 5 affecting both sides of the highway. 95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, and in New Haven 95 south crawling through Long Wharf and through Milford. Wilbur Cross all bunched up through North Haven and Hamden down to the tunnel. 84 eastbound busy as well through Newtown. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, yippee-i-o-ki-a, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Always great to have you with us here, Monday through Friday from 2 to 6. All righty, got that? Right after the Great program here with the midday news. The download with John and Chris, which, of course, follows Lisa Wexler, and she, of course, follows the award-winning, outstanding Melissa in the Morning right here, Monday through Friday, 5 to 10, right here at WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got news, traffic, and weather together. All that great stuff coming up with a quick update from ABC. Chris has your final wrap of all the local news for today. And then coming up, Dr. Matthew Schmidt, world-renowned expert on foreign affairs. He joins us every so often from the fine faculty and staff way up on the hill there at the University of New Haven and West Haven to talk about what is coming up in the Middle East and this rumor now that Israel had some intelligence that said Iran was going to try and assassinate President Trump. That in and of itself, that Iran would do that, who's surprised? I mean, is anybody really surprised? So we'll talk to Matt about that coming up and more right here. You know the number if you want to chime in, talk, or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. He's out. In a post on X, Graham Plattner, the Democrat, officially withdrawing from Maine's U.S. Senate race. Plattner dogged by accusations of abuse from women, which he denies. The Democrats will have to choose somebody else to run against longtime Republican incumbent Susan Collins. Iran's foreign minister will visit Oman tomorrow for talks focused on the Strait of Hormuz and shipping safety, according to the spokesman of the ministry. Making an effort to get what evidence the FBI has about this week's fatal shooting of a Mexican national by a federal immigration officer in Houston, Houston Mayor John Whitmire.
So, yes, they control the investigation, but through our efforts, working with our congressional leaders, we're trying to access that, which would allow us to investigate.
Several days long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, conservative activist, is over until September. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This weekend marks the first ever Connecticut Citizens Assembly on property taxes. A diverse, randomly selected group of Connecticut residents will start having informed dialogue on one of the state's most important public policy issues, property taxes. The assembly will meet this Saturday, July 11th, marking the beginning of a 3-month civic engagement process that will culminate in recommendations for policymakers regarding property taxes ahead of the 2027 legislative session. Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott is receiving approval for a $3.7 million grant for his campaign. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in the Democratic primary set for August 11th. Elliott's new television ad campaign launches next week. The grant represents a 10-time increase on what Elliott has spent so far during the campaign.
Well, you got to be smart with money, especially if we're going to be winning this thing. We have to be using a taxpayer dollar as well. And I'm just showing by what I do over the course of this campaign, what I'll be doing once I'm actually in office.
The public grant was approved by the State Elections Enforcement Commission on Thursday, while Lamont is choosing to largely self-fund his campaign for a third term. The Connecticut Department of Children and Families says it was victimized by a phishing scam. The department said some confidential records may have been leaked. DCF believes the attacker or attackers downloaded emails from 2 accounts belonging to DCF workers. The attack was launched through an external phishing email sent to employees on May 20th. The incident is under investigation. Attorney General William Tong has joined a bipartisan coalition of 49 state attorneys general, urging the Federal Communications Commission to strengthen rules aimed at stopping illegal robocalls. The coalition wants tougher requirements for companies that buy and sell phone numbers, regular reporting to help law enforcement trace scam calls, and a ban on number cycling, a tactic scammers use to rotate through legitimate phone numbers to avoid detection. Tong says billions of robocalls continue to get through spam filters each year, costing Americans billions of dollars in fraud losses, and is calling for stronger federal action to better protect consumers.
Last year across this country, we got 30 billion scam calls, and Americans lost more than $2 billion, and I bet that's a serious undercount. So we need the FCC to work harder.
The Better Business Bureau has launched a new online scam tracker heat map designed to help Connecticut residents stay one step ahead of fraud. The interactive tool lets users view scam reports by location, identify trends, and see the types of scams being reported most often in their area. Kristen Johnson from the Better Business Bureau told WFSB Channel 3 that the goal is to help consumers recognize fraud before they become victims, while encouraging anyone who encounters a scam to report it so others can be warned.
And you can look at all the different scam types and what's most common, what's happening right now. So online purchase scams are the most common, followed by phishing and employment scams. And you can go down the list. And then you can actually open up the reports and you can see how much people are losing. Take a closer look at the name of the scammer, the name of their business, the email address they're using.
The free tool is available through the BBB's Scam Tracker website and updates as new reports are submitted. Connecticut Special Olympics athletes brought home 16 medals from the USA Games this year. The events were held in late June in the Twin Cities. Athletes from the Constitution State won 3 bronze, 5 silver, and 8 gold medals. They competed in bowling, swimming, track and field, unified basketball, and unified softball. And it may be summertime, but the North Pole Express is getting ready to sell tickets. Tickets for the 90-minute trip from the Essex Steam Train and Riverboat go on sale on August 3rd, and they are expected to run out fast. The North Pole Express runs on select days from November 20th through December 23rd. Festive sing-alongs, hot chocolate, and sugar cookies will all be provided as part of the experience. Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus also will be taking the trip, and children are encouraged to wear pajamas. Tickets can be purchased online. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf, over cross southbound. Plenty of company through Hamden down to the tunnel. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower at thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, and not as humid. Low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Let's do. Oh, that's what it is. Now, how did that button get there? I don't know. That's interesting. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry, Chris. Chris was looking at me. Oh, there's a button here that. Oh, wait a minute here. Okay, that's stuck over there, which doesn't. I'm trying to talk and I don't hear myself. Going, hello. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 203. Testing. Is this thing on? Oh, man. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. I couldn't hear anything out of this microphone. Then I went over to that microphone. Oh, man, lordy, lordy. Dave and Meriden here to save me from my ineptitude. Dave, how are you?
Good, Paul. Hey, nothing like technical difficulties at the tail end of the show, right?
Yeah, you know what? And I'm talking, and I don't know whether the needle is moving here or the lights are flashing, but I finally figured it out. Yes, Dave. Yes.
Hey, I don't object to these license plate cameras at all. I think if they're going to catch some criminals, put more of them out there.
Yeah.
And if we're in a parking lot like Home Depot and Lowe's, I'm not doing anything illegal. So, the more the merrier.
Yeah, and I think when towns or cities adopt these things, there are settings on these systems, from what I understand, where you can, whether you want to share the stuff with the feds, whether you want to share the stuff out of sight, out of state rather, Dave, and most importantly, who has access to this stuff. And I guess in some of these situations now where you had these rogue cops just looking to tail somebody in their personal life, they had access to this stuff, and now the cities and towns that are going to keep using this stuff, they really have to crack down as to who gets to see what. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And I think if you vandalize these things, it should be a good stiff fine, like, $10,000 or something.
Yeah. And Dave, thank you for the call. Appreciate it, sir. Drive carefully. And I understand it was Dave's birthday a little while ago. So happy birthday to him. Yes. But I predict, see, the reason I brought this up today, and I've been mentioning it, I'm telling you what's going to happen here in the state. There is a nationwide network, and I'm not saying these are all dirtbags or scumbags or ne'er-do-wells who want to, who are all criminals. But there is a growing movement against these flock cameras, and I guess there are some new capabilities that some of these cameras have. And there are rumors that they can triangulate on cell phone calls and some other data that you may have in the vehicle. Now, again, if it gets to that, that's like, whoa, that's when I do the big time out. If you're going to just tail somebody on a license plate, which is what police usually do, all right, I mean, that's kind of like, right? And I think I told you there was, in the radio business, this is a while ago. This might have been like 15, 20 years ago. Somebody was going to market a system where if you just pointed an antenna or an array at a line of cars, you would be able to know exactly what radio station they were listening to in the car. Now, for radio and for advertisers, that could have been a bonanza of stuff. But there were people who stepped in and said, whoa, wait a minute, Clyde. We've got some problems here as far as, constitutional issues. So that never happened. Luckily, I think, for everybody involved. All right, we'll step out, come back as we come down the home stretch right here on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, slow ride starts in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf, over across southbound. Plenty of company through Hamden, down to the tunnel. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight near 70. Partly sunny and warm, not as humid tomorrow. There may be a late day shower in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
VoiceOfCT.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, great to have you with us right here, right now. At 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. We may be able to squeeze another call or two in later after we talk to one of our great guests here. Dr. Matthew Schmidt joins us, University of New Haven, Associate Prof, Homeland Security, National Security, and International Affairs, to try and make sense of all that is going on. Matt, it's Paul, sir. How are you? It's been a while. What's up?
Doing all right. Happy July. Happy 250th.
Yeah, happy 250th. Happy July. And Matt, I know this. We could spend hours on this. How is this thing in Iran going to end, if it ever ends?
Well, the big news today is that Ali Ansari was put under sanctions. He is an incredibly important financier for the regime elites. And the government, the U.S., has been holding off putting him under sanction as a kind of bargaining chip. So the fact that they've done that today is an attempt to bring a lot of financial pressure on the elite.
So putting him or anybody under sanctions, what does that do, Matt, exactly?
So what it does is attempt to freeze their ability to access funds that exist in bank accounts and things like that, but also to mark them so that other people can't do business with them, which would impair their ability to engage in real estate deals or commodities trading or anything really, right? Because it puts the other party at risk. So that's the idea. Ansari, of course, knew that this would be coming for some time, and so has probably mitigated it to some degree. But it's a sign of the desperation, frankly, on the American administration side to do something that can force the regime's behavior to change.
Is part of this, Matt, because we see this in Venezuela and we see this all over the world. Donald Trump makes no bones about the fact, does he, that sometimes you go for the oil, you try and control the oil, and does he think this gives him the upper hand? He's threatening Carg Island, and again, between Venezuela and Cuba, you've got oil concerns there with China and these other countries. Is this all part of the puzzle he's trying to piece together, or is it just chaos?
It's basically a lot of chaos. I don't think that there is a coherent master strategy that's coming out of Washington right now. I do think that Iran has figured out, they weren't sure before, but because of the war, they figured out that their primary lever point is control over the shipping that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's not, in fact, the nuclear program. If you listen to Iranian news, you see what's going on there. That is the debate internally, and it's important to remember that it's not just about oil. I'm a farm kid from Kansas, and I always remind people that very important precursor chemicals to fertilizer, more of that as a percent goes through the Strait of Hormuz than oil does.
Wow.
And it's more important to the U.S. than oil. The U.S. basically doesn't get oil from this area of the world, right? But we do get fertilizer chemicals. And that matters, right? And those things have to go on the ground, on the crops, even just 2 months ago. So that's why your food prices aren't going to come down.
And moving further in this, Matt, is there any and the guest is Dr. Matthew Schmidt, of course, from the University of New Haven. Is there any indication that there may be any sort of a faction in the Iranian government that may say, hey, maybe it's time to move off this hardline stuff. Maybe it's time to stop fomenting the amount of terrorism and unrest that we do in the world with Hezbollah and these other people and Hamas, or not? Are they dug in now, Matt Schmidt, harder than they ever have been?
That's exactly it. This regime is more hardline than it was before the war started. It is now fully under the control of the IRGC, and they're looking at this and saying there's little reason not to continue ratcheting things up. They don't want a full-blown conflict with the United States. You understand? They don't want the U.S. to come back and bomb them, but there's a certain amount of that they understand they can absorb. The regime's concern is its own survival internally, and they have learned that they're not as shaky as they thought they were. They were shakier last January than they are today. And so they can absorb a lot of U.S. hits and Israeli hits and still survive, right? And they can exercise power by continuing to harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. And again, all they have to do is threaten ships, right?
Yeah.
Throw some drones at them, and insurance rates will go up, and the cost of oil will go up.
Yeah.
Right. They don't have to succeed at destroying 80% of the shipping in order to have a major effect on global prices.
Finally, Matt, do you foresee a point where we're still in this thing months from now, and we get even more military help from some of the other folks there? And I know they may be afraid of Hamas and Hezbollah and all that, but what would happen if suddenly Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE, and they all say, you know what, screw this. This has to end. We're going to fly wingmen with the U.S. and get this over with. Is that a pipe dream, or are they just going to sit on the sidelines because they fear what Iran can do and is doing in retaliation?
They will not physically attack Iran in that way. They will engage in the region as they have been doing through diplomacy, and they will try to tamp it down. They need Iran. They also need the U.S. and they need the Saudis, and they will play the position that they've played for centuries as the middle powers between either side of the Persian Gulf. And that's how they're going to exercise their influence in the region. They're not going to engage in any kind of direct, military attack on Iran. And the long-term way that this plays out is that we'll get back to a kind of ceasefire. But the reality is that Iran has learned it can control the strait, and every so often it will do that. It will exercise proof of its control with missiles or drones or mines. And essentially set up a de facto toll system for shipping that goes through there, and maintain the regime that way.
Finally, Matt, do we make any sort of a deal with Iran where both sides can say, all right, we took each other's best shots and we're winning because A, B, and C, and we're going to have to live together, so everybody kumbaya? Does that interest Tehran or not?
No, absolutely. Again, Tehran is not interested in a long-term shooting war with the United States. It makes no sense to them. They're interested in survival, and they're interested in making money in order to maintain that survival. And what they have discovered is they can make more money now because they can effectively exercise control of the strait and charge tolls for it, et cetera, et cetera. What they're going to do is find a way to let the United States save face and exercise that control in a way that doesn't embarrass the U.S., allows the U.S. to walk away and say, hey, we won, we achieved our objectives, and that's the way this is going to peter out.
Interesting stuff. University of New Haven Associate Prof, Homeland and National Security and International Affairs, Dr. Matthew Schmidt. Hey, Matt, thanks. We appreciate the time. Take care.
Take care.
All right, there you go. So, look, both sides are going to want to come out of this saying, hey, we landed punches on each other, but we both have to exist. But again, it just shows to go you, as you know, you hear people say from time to time that it's tough. And you thought at the beginning when we were pounding Iran that, you know, this thing would end rather quickly, and Mr. Trump says what he says, and Secretary Rubio says what he says. And again, even though you have this very young, this very Western-friendly kind of population in Iran, many of them prefer to be called Persia by their previous name, previous to the Iranian Revolution. It's very hard, man. It's hard to win a war. And again, remember, this is going on because there are no boots on the ground. And that's what you wonder. You wonder if it would ever come to a point where the president would say, you know, screw this, I'm not going to look bad. So boots on the ground, here we go. I mean, that's when you get to the real yikes, you know, Ruh-roh Scooby part of this. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, slow ride starts in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf, over cross southbound, plenty of company from Camden down to the tunnel. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight will be warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, not as hot tomorrow, and not as humid, low to mid 80s, a shower late. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
How many emails do you have in your email inbox? I just moused over where you have to mouse over on my now this is my company email. This is my personal Yahoo email. I have in my inbox. Now, this account goes back a long time. But I have 237,529 emails in my inbox. Doesn't count my outbox, my sent box, or my drafts. Of which I still have to read 195,612 emails. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jack in Stamford wraps us up for the week. Jack, how are you?
Hey, you better get on that that email project over the weekend.
Right?
I mean, if you do the math, I don't think you can even
no.
ever get to them. Never ever get to them.
I would have to do like 100 a day for a couple of years. Yeah.
You wouldn't get 100 a day, even near that. 100 a day would be 336,500.
No. 297,000. So if I did, so it would take. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it would have to be 1,000 a day.
Come on, yeah. Challenge my numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not giving it 100% to you, but
right.
297,000 divided by 100.
Yeah.
It's going to give you 2,970. Divide that by 365.
8 years.
8 years.
8 years. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. What do you got? You got about 40 seconds. What do you got?
Yeah, Billy Ray Valentine with his rug from Persia. Don't be putting your coals out on it.
Yeah.
You know, Remember that from Trading Places.
Yeah.
But,
What
I
else?
don't know. Yeah, well, we got the one more football match to watch and everything. We'll see. Let's go Switzerland. They're the only one I have left.
All right. You're not on France. You're not on Kylian Mbappe, are you?
No. I spent some time in Switzerland, so they were like my third country.
All right,
so
there you go.
I'll support them. Yeah.
All right, Jack.
So,
be good, buddy.
Let's hope they do it.
All right, take care. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, boy, the World Cup's done well, hasn't it? The TV coverage, the ratings, the tourism, man, and I guess they're looking to ink it for the U.S. for 2038, I think, it'll be the next time the U.S. could do it. Yeah. But these guys, they're amazing. Run up and down. It would take me 20 minutes to walk from end to end. And the amount these guys run every game, oh, man. Hey, great week. Thanks so much to everybody who does it here. Paul Piork with the weather, Andrew Krause with the traffic, and, of course, our pal, you know him, you love him, Chris Williams, run of the board, keeping the transmitter chugging away, news, screening the calls and all that. And, of course, all of you. Paulie P. here, back with you bright and early on Monday.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Plattner bows out. In a post on X, Graham Plattner, the Democrat, officially